know that we are the American Indians. Baby. Copper color Indians, baby. A real Indian, American Indian is me, not from Africa. Remember that.
African Americans here, but they recently moved here from places like Kenya, Ethiopia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Zaire. But now the brother whose family's lived in this country for generations, occupying space in all the locations, New York, Miami, LA, Detroit, Chicago, even if he's wearing a dashiki and sporting an afro. And if you go to Africa in search of your race, you'll find out quick, you're not an African American. You're just a black American in Africa taking up space. Why you keep trying to attach yourself to a continent where even if you got the chance to go and you went, most people that wouldn't even claim you as one of them, as a purebred daughter or son of them. Your heritage is right here now. No
42. Once the pandemic-era policy expires next week, asylum claims will be processed under Title VIII. I spoke with one migrant from Jamaica who says he's been here for several days. Take a listen.
We are here. We've been here 3 days already. It's difficult because we don't have anything to eat. We haven't taken any baths, and it's very hot, and it's very cold in the night. Just want to go to the US to get a work, to change my life and live a good life.
ISO, Dama. Woo! Hey, there's so many lies, so many lies. Hey, there's so many lies, so many lies. Yo, there's so many. Hey, there's so many. Yo, there's so many. Yo, there's so many lies. Look in my eyes, they know I'm the truth. They know that. Knocking them down every time I step in the booth. We ain't gotta lie, they know we the vibe, we living in proof. It's young, conscious, shoot my life a movie, I live in a spoof. Ain't no sticking around, I'm on the move, I'm checking the dudes. Yeah, it's only us two, so you know we copping that coupe. We on the roof, smoking dope, look at the view. Yeah, we used to chill on the stoop, now we out here breaking the news. It ain't what you really could do, cause we ain't got nothing to lose. We ain't switched side with no cruise, we just stayed out of the loop. Now we out here letting it loose, every shot we took it was swoosh. Gotta get it, ain't no excuse, ain't left to prove. Hey, yeah, hey, there's so many lies, so many lies. Hey, there's so many lies, so many lies. Yo, there's so many, hey, there's so many, yo, there's so many.
Yeah, ask them a real question, yeah, I bet it's all lies. Hey, they won't cross that line for a fact that's offsides. Hey, too much penalties when they run this back, yeah, it's fines. Hey, could've been here with us, but we do not force no vibes. Hey, she gon' ride the whip and let me park it in the driveway. They just want the praise like they Yahweh. Getting so much bread, get a ride way. We done already won, yeah, that's worth the ride way. But they still lying right through their teeth, and they still hiding behind many truths. They was D9, watch my every move, tell them keep time. Leave that shit on scene, I ain't replying. Less I know you, that don't mean I'm Hollywood, that just mean I'm Hollywood. All y'all I probably stood on no falls, all cause. More times I probably should. I don't know nobody like us, you see how much time it took.
Yeah, hey, there's so many lies, so many lies, so many lies. Hey, there's so many lies, so many lies, so many, so many. There's so many, hey, there's so many, yo, there's so many.
Hey, there's too many lies, hey. Yeah, ISO, Indies, Dama.
Hey, y'all. Hey, now. All right. What's going on, y'all? Hey, hey, hey. Hey. What's up, Sammy? Rodney? Lady Moon? American Isness? Straight Smoke? Carlos? The Realest N Word Alive? Lies Unplugged? How y'all doing today? Maybe I should bring this down some. That's what I've been doing wrong. There, should be all right now. I don't know. I just feel like maybe I could do that. I guess. So, oh boy, oh boy, still waiting for some more folks. I did stream to Twitter. See what's going on over there. They're watching over there. Tell them to bring their butts over here. Where are these guys? Oh well. I don't have to be in no humongous rush. Da, 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 da. But anyway, y'all, I want to get what I want to get in today is I keep saying this and I don't understand Q butter and them. I don't. I, what they don't understand is the United States government doesn't have anything to do with British colonial records. That's was maintained over in Britain and Jamaica. They don't have anything to do with those records, and that's the honest truth. So we're gonna go to those, but I think I want to talk about the Civil War and the War of 1812. Why the Indians allies helped Andrew Jackson, and I because I think it's kind of crazy. I do. I don't understand that. And I pulled up some documents from archives to read on it. And I just find it really crazy because what it's telling me or saying to me is we helped them and they literally fought their own Indian brothers. I mean, chief, and I'm like, this don't make no sense. Why would you fight your own people? That makes no sense. And I just thought it was quite interesting. You know, I don't know. I really don't. So I want to get into that. I don't understand that. Why would our own chiefs do this to us? Why would they do this? Is beyond me. We got 45 watching now. And I'm over here. I see them over here in Twitter. Come to YouTube channel. Mm. All right. It is what it is. So maybe they don't want to come to YouTube channel. I don't know. We'll find out. I'm not going to sweat it no more. Anyway, I really don't understand the whole fight. Hey, hey now, girlie 72. Okay, now they're coming. Why did it look bugged out to me? This looks bugged out. Um, ooh. So I want to pull up some documents. Well, articles. Hey, Kevin Strick, y'all smashed the like button. We look like we got 76 watching, but um I only let's see, 76 are watching, 40 are watching, but 76 hit the like. That makes no sense. Oh well. Anyway, so Excuse me. So I want to pull up this document. I'm trying to wait for Isness to come up here so that I don't have to stop share screening. And I'm gonna try and do it the way Ab said do it. You got to share your whole screen, so I could just jump from tab to tab, because I really want to get into that War 1812 and the Civil War, because it really disturbs me. The War of 1812. I don't understand it, and he's supposed to be this great hero, and I'm like, well, why are you? Why? It just like didn't rub me right. So let, I don't know, but I'm gonna do a share screen. Now watch, as soon as I share my screen, this is gonna pop up in the back. Oh, I didn't do it right. He said share whole screen. Share screen. I thought I did share my whole. Select tab here. Oh, entire screen. Got it. Oh, that's bugged out. Oh, share. All right, now I let's see if that works. I think it's gonna work. Yay, I did it. All right. So now I could go to the different tabs. Cool. You learned something new. All right. So this is the war on the war 1812. And I just think it's disturbing. I'm going to discuss our ancestors versus this mess. So it's saying the War of 1812 was fought between the United States and Great Britain, primarily over the impressment of American sailors by the British Navy, as well as disagreements over trade, Western expansion, and Native American policy. The war ended inconclusively, inconclusively after 3 years of fighting. On December 24, 1814, the Treaty of Ghent was signed, officially ending the war. And I've been hearing some static about ain't no damn treaty was signed. The digital collection of the Library of Congress contained a wide variety of material associated with the War of 1812, including manuscripts, broadslides, pictures, newspapers, articles, and government documents. This guide compiles links to digital materials related to the War of 1812 that are available throughout the Library of Congress. In addition, it provides links to subscription databases, external websites focusing on the War of 1812, and bibliography containing selections. That can't be the end of it. So if this is the War of 1812, so I guess that I don't want. Let's see. I'm gonna go back. Maybe Britannica. History of the war. Well, Britannica, the encyclopedia usually gives um a good, story about the War of 1812. I'm not going to be going in all this crap. That works. Hey y'all, smash the like. Oh. The War of 1812 conflict um between the United States and Great Britain over British violations of U.S. maritime rights. It ended with the exchange of ratifications of the Treaty of Ghent. I see that said I hope something else. The tensions that caused the War of 1812 arose from the French Revolutionary War that happened in 1792 to 1799 and Napoleonic Wars. During this nearly constant conflict between France and Britain, American interests were injured by each of the two countries' endeavors to block the United States from trading with the other. Hmm. American shipping initially proposed from trade with the French and Spanish empires, although the British countered the U.S. claim that the free ships make free goods. With the belated enforcement of the so called Rule of 1756, trade not permitted in peacetime would not be allowed in wartime. The Royal Navy did enforce the act from 1793 to 1794, especially in the Caribbean Sea, before the signing of the Jay Treaty. Under the primary terms of the treaty, American maritime commerce was given trading privileges in England and the Britain East Indies. Britain agreed to evacuate forts still held in the Northwest Territory by June 1796, and the Mississippi River was declared freely open to both countries. All right. Hey, that's you? Business.
Yep, that's me. Hey, how you
Oh,
doing, Sister Bethy? How you
okay.
doing?
Oh, good. All right, I'm gonna go back. These damn ads drive me nuts. Both countries. Although the treaty ratified by both countries, it was highly unpopular in the United States and was one of the rallying points used by the pro French Republicans, led by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison. Oh, they were pro French and wresting power from the pro British Federalists, led by George Washington and John Adams. Oh. After Jefferson became president in 1801, relations with Britain slowly deteriorated, and systematic enforcement of the Rule 756 resumed after 1805, compounding this troubling development. The decisive British naval victory at the Battle of Trafalgar and efforts by the British to blockage French ports prompt the French Emperor Napoleon to cut off Britain from European and American trade. The Berlin Decree established Napoleon's continental system, which impinged on U.S. neutral rights by designating ships that visited British ports as enemy vessels. The British responded with orders and council that required neutral ships to obtain licenses at English ports before trading with France or French colonies. In turn, France announced the Milan Decree, which strengthened the Berlin Decree by authorizing the capture of any neutral vessel that had submitted to search by the British. Consequently, American ships that obeyed Britain faced capture by the French in European ports. And if they complied with Napoleon's continental system, they could fall prey to the Royal Navy. Interesting. The Royal Navy's use of impressment to keep its ships fully crewed also provoked Americans. The British accosted American merchant ships to seize alleged Royal Navy deserters, carrying off thousands of U.S. citizens into the British Navy. Wow. In 1807, the frigate fired on the U.S. Navy frigate Chesapeake and seized four sailors, three of them U.S. citizens. London eventually apologized for this incident, but it came close to causing war at the time. Jefferson, however, chose to exert economic pressure against Britain and France by pushing Congress in December 1807 to pass the Embargo Act, which forbade all export shipping from U.S. ports and most imports from Britain. Interesting. The Embargo Act hurt Americans more than the British or French, however, causing many Americans to defy it. Just before Jefferson left office in 1809, Congress replaced the Embargo Act with the Non Intercourse Act, which exclusively forbade trade with Great Britain and France. This measure also proved ineffective, and it was replaced by Macon's Bill that resumed trade with all nations, but stipulated that if either Britain or France dropped commercial restrictions, the United States would revive non intercourse against the other. In August, Napoleon insinuated that he would exempt American shipping from the Berlin and Milan decrees. Although the British demonstrated that French restrictions continue, U.S. President James Madison reinstated non intercourse against Britain in November 1810, thereby moving one step closer to war. Oh. Britain's refusal to yield on neutral rights derived from more than the emergency of the European War. British manufacturing and shipping interests demanded that the Royal Navy promote and sustain British trade against Yankee competitors. The policy born of that attitude convinced many Americans that they were being co-signed to a de facto colonial status. Britons, on the other hand, denounced American actions that effectively made the United States a participant in Napoleon's continental system. Events on the events on the U.S. northwestern frontier fostered additional friction. Indian fears over American encroachment coincidentally became conspicuous as Anglo American tensions grew. Oh, Shawnee brothers Tecumseh and Tenskwata, the prophet, attracted followers arising from this discontent and attempted to form an Indian confederation to counteract American expansion. Oh, so Tecumseh and Tensquatta. Tecumseh and Tensquatta. Okay. Attracted followers arising from the discontinent and attempted to form an Indian confederation to counteract American expansion. So to stop, okay, I get it now. Although Major General Isaac Brock, the British commander of Upper Canada, modern Ontario, had orders to avoid worsening American frontier problems, American settlers blamed British intrigue for heightening tensions with Indians in the Northwest Territory. As war loomed, Brock sought to augment his meager regular and Canadian militia forces with Indian allies, which was enough to confirm the worst fears of American settlers. Brock's efforts were aided in fall of 1811 when Indiana territorial governor William Henry Harrison fought the Battle of Tippecanoe and destroyed the Indian settlement at Prophetstown near modern battleground Indiana. Harrison's foray convinced most Indians in the Northwest Territory that their only hope of stemming further encroachments by American settlers lay with the British. American settlers, in turn, believed that Britain's removal from Canada would end their Indian problems. Meanwhile, Canadians suspected that American expansionists were using Indian unrest as an excuse for a war conquest. Interesting. Under increasing pressure, Madison summoned the U.S. Congress into session in November 1811. Pro war Western and Southern Republicans, Warhawks. Interesting. Warhawks, what does that mean? Assumed a vocal role, especially after Kentucky Warhawk Henry Clay was elected Speaker of the House of Representatives. Madison sent a war message to the U.S. Congress on June 1812 and signed the Declaration of War on June 18th, 1812. The vote seriously divided the House and was gravely close in the Senate because seafaring New Englanders opposed the war, while Westerners and Southerners supported it. Federalists accused war advocates of expansionism under the ruse of protecting American maritime rights. Expansionism, however, was not as much a motive as was the desire to defend American honor. The United States attacked Canada because it was British, but no widespread aspiration existed to incorporate the region. The prospect of taking East and West Florida from Spain encouraged Southern support for the war, but Southerners, like Westerners, were sensitive about the United States' reputation in the world. Furthermore, British commercial restrictions hurt American farmers. Okay, stop. What is this? Block. What is this shit? Why am I getting this? What is this?
Can you try to X out of it?
I don't want this crap. I don't even know what all this is. All right, here we go. It just popped up. All right. Free trade. Okay. I think I stopped here. Right? Free trade and sailor rights was not an empty phrase for those Americans. Wait a minute. Now that was crazy to pop up. Okay, we stopped there with the Henry Clay. Da 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 da.
The vote was divided. You read that part.
Divided.
The
Oh,
United
the
States
vote.
attacked Canada. Okay.
The vote was seriously divided. The House. Okay, we went here. Okay. Madison sent a war message to the U.S. Congress on June 1st, 1812, and signed the Declaration of War on June 18th, 1812. The vote seriously divided the House. It was 79 to 49 and was gravely close in the Senate, 19 to 13. Because seafaring New Englanders opposed the war, while Westerners and Southerners supported it. Federalists accused war advocates of expansionism under the ruse of protecting American maritime rights. Expansionism, however, was not as much a motive as was the desire to defend American honor. The United States attacked Canada because it was British, but no widespread aspiration existed to incorporate the region. The prospect of taking East and West Florida from Spain encouraged Southern support for the war, but Southerners, like Westerners, were sensitive about the United States' reputation in the world. Furthermore, British commercial restrictions hurt American farmers by bearing their produce from Europe or barring. Oh, regions seemingly removed from maritime concerns held a material interest in protecting neutral shipping. Free trade and sailor rights was not an empty phrase for those Americans. The onset of, you want us to read it from here?
Okay. It
If you
says the
feel like
on.
it. I need a break.
All right. So
I'm
it
just gonna
says,
tap my camera off.
oh.
Okay, you got it. I want to listen.
Okay, it says the onset of war both surprised and chagrined the British government, especially because it was preoccupied with the fight against France. In addition, political changes in Britain had already moved the government to assume a conciliatory posture towards the United States. Prime Minister Spencer Perceval's assassination on May 11th, 1812, brought to power a more moderate Tory government under Lord Liverpool. British West Indies planners had been complaining for years about the interdiction of U.S. trade and their growing influence, along with deepening recession in Great Britain, convinced the Liverpool ministry that the orders in council were averse to British interests. On June 16th, 2 days before the United States declared war, the orders were suspended.
Ah,
You gotta move it up a little bit. All right. Some have viewed the timing of this concession as a lost opportunity for peace because slow transatlantic communication meant a month's delay in delivering the news in Washington. Yet because Britain's impressment policy remained in place and frontier Indian wars continued, in all likelihood the repeal of the orders alone would not have prevented war. Neither the British in Canada nor the United States were prepared for war. Americans were inordinately optimistic in 1812. William Eustis, the U.S. Secretary of War, stated, "We can take the Canadas without soldiers. We have only to send officers into the province, and the people will rally round our standard, and the people will rally round our standard." Henry Clay said that the militia of Kentucky are alone competent to place Montreal and Upper Canada at your feet. And Thomas Jefferson famously wrote, can you come down just a tad? There we go. Okay. The acquisition of Canada this year, as far as the neighborhood of Quebec, will be a mere matter of marching, and us us will give us experience for the attack of Halifax the next, and the final expulsion of England from the American continent. The British government, preoccupied with the European conflict, saw American hostilities as a bothersome distraction, resulting in a paucity of resources and men, supplies, and naval presence until late in the event. As the British in Canada conducted operations under the shadow of scarcity, their only consolation was an American military malaise. Michigan Territory Governor William Hull led U.S. forces into Canada from Detroit, but Isaac Brock and Tecumseh's warriors chased Hull back across the border and frightened him into surrendering Detroit on August 16, 1812, without firing a shot. Behavior that Americans and even Brock's officers found disgraceful. The Northwest subsequently fell prey to Indian raids and British incursions led by Major General Henry Proctor. Hull's replacement, William Henry Harrison, could barely defend a few scattered outposts. On the northeastern border, U.S. Brig General Henry Dearborn could not attack Montreal because the uncooperative New England militias. U.S. forces under Stephen Van Rensselaer crossed the Niagara River to attack Queenston on October 13, 1812, but ultimately were defeated by a stiff British defense organized by Brock, who was killed during the fight. U.S. General Alexander Smythe's subsequent invasion attempts on Niagara were abortive fiascos. In 1837, Madison replaced Dearborn with Major Generals James Williamson and Wade Hampton, an awkward arrangement made worse by a complicated invasion plan against Montreal. The generals refused to coordinate their efforts, and neither came close to Montreal. To the west, however, American Oliver Hazard Perry's Lake Erie Squadron won a great victory off Put-in Bay on September 10th, 1813, against Captain Robert Barkley. The battle opened the way for Harrison to retake Detroit and defeat Proctor's British and Indian forces at the Battle of Thames,
Thanks.
October 5th. 5th.
Tecumseh.
Tecumseh was killed during the battle,
Oh,
shattering the Confederation and the Anglo-Indian alliance. Indian anger continued elsewhere, however, especially in the southeast where Creek War erupted in 1813 between Creek Indian nativists known as Red Sticks and U.S. forces. The war also took an ugly turn late into the year when U.S. forces evacuating the Niagara Peninsula razed the Canadian village of Newark, prompting the British commander Gordon Drummond to retaliate along the New York frontier, leaving communities such as Buffalo in smoldering ruins.
wow. Early in, it's like early in the war, the small U.S. Navy boosted sagging American morale as officers such as Isaac Hall, Stephen Decatur, and William Bainbridge commanded heavy frigates and impressive single ship actions. The British Admiralty responded by instructing captains to avoid individual contests with Americans. And within a year, the Royal Navy had blockage important American airports, bottling up U.S. frigates. British Admiral George Cockburn also conducted raids on the shores of Chesapeake Bay. In 1814, Britain extending its blockade from New England to Georgia, and forces under John Sherbrooke occupied parts of Maine. By 1814, capable American officers such as Jacob Brown, Winfield Scott, and Andrew Jackson had replaced ineffective veterans from the American Revolution. On March 27, 1814, Jackson defeated the Red Stick Creeks. Oh shit, at the Battle of Horseshoe Bend in Alabama, ending the Creek War. That spring, after Brown crossed the Niagara River and took Fort Erie Bridge, General Phineas Ryle advanced to challenge the American invasion, but American regulars commanded by Scott repulsed him at the Battle of Chippewa in 1814. In turn, Brown retreated when Commander Isaac Chauncey's Lake Ontario squadron failed to uh, rendezvous with the army. And during the retrograde, the war's costliest engagement occurred at the Battle of Lundy's Lane. Real, reinforced by Drummond, fought the Americans to a bloody stalemate in which each side suffered more than 800 casualties before Brown's army withdrew to Fort Erie. We're almost done. In 1814, Napoleon's defeat allowed sizable British forces to come to America. That summer, veterans under Canadian Governor General George Prevost marched south along the shores of Lake Champlain into New York, but they returned to Canada after Thomas MacDonald defeated a British squadron under Captain George Downey at the Battle of Plattsburgh Bay, New York on 9/11, 1814. Wow, British raids in Chesapeake Bay, directed by Adam Alexander Cochrane, were more successful. British General Robert Ross captured Washington August 24th and burned government buildings, including the United States Capitol and the Executive Mansion, known as the White House. The British justified this action as retaliation for the American destruction of York, modern Toronto, the capital of Upper Canada, the previous year. The British assault on Baltimore, September 12th to the 14th, foundered when Americans fended off and attacked the North Point and withstood the naval bombardment of Fort McHenry, an action that inspired Francis Scott Key's The Star Spangled Banner. Ross was killed at Baltimore, and the British left Chesapeake Bay to plan offensive against New Orleans. Meanwhile, New England Federalists, angry about the war's effect on commerce, gathered at Hartford, Connecticut to propose ways of redressing their grievances. Convening from the December 15th, 1814 to January 5th, 1815, the Hartford Convention adopted moderate resolutions, but its mere existence prompted other parts of the country to question New England's patriotism and Federalist loyalty, spelling eventual doom to the party. Mm. Final stage of war. How much more do we have to read? You want to finish the rest since it's a little?
Okay. Okay, so final stages of war and the aftermath. Immediately after the year started, the Tsar of Russia offered to mediate. London refused, but early British efforts for an armistice revealed a, a willingness to negotiate so the Britain could turn its full attention to Napoleon. Talks began at Ghent in modern Belgium in August 1814. But with France defeated, the British stalled while waiting for news of decisive victory in America. Most Britons were angry that the United States had become an unwilling ally of Napoleon, but even that sentiment was half hearted among people who had been at war in Europe for more than 20 years. Consequently, after learning of Plattsburgh and Baltimore, and upon the advice of the Duke of Wellington, commander of the British Army.
Okay, where did our stuff go? They just killing me with these advertisements. Oh, I wish I could stop this.
I don't even see where you can. If you go back up, oh no.
It just took the whole page. I hate this. They want you to subscribe. Does it cost? I don't want to be a part of that.
Okay, there it goes.
Okay. Are we where we supposed to be?
No, I think you got to go down a little bit.
Oh,
There
there it
we are.
is.
Okay, so the British government moved. Okay, so Baltimore, upon the advice of Duke Wellington, commander of the British Army at the Battle of Waterloo, the British government moved to make peace. Americans abandoned demands about ending impressment. The end of the European War meant secession anyway. Meant its secession anyway, and the British dropped attempts to change the Canadian boundary and establish an Indian barrier state in the Northwest. The commissioners signed a treaty on December 24th, 1814. Based on a status quo antebellum, the situation before the war, the Treaty of Ghent did not resolve the issues that had caused the war. But at that point, Britain was too weary to win it, and the U.S. government deemed not losing it a tolerable substitute for victory. Nevertheless, many Americans became convinced that they had won the contest. So they didn't win? Okay. All right. So
That's why I said it's so weird. But the
unaware of the. Okay, go on.
no. I'll wait until you're just about done.
Okay,
I
so
always wanted
unaware.
to understand this. I always wanted to understand this war because a lot of Indians fought in it, but you got it.
I don't, and I'm not hearing about slaves. Were slaves supposed to be fighting this war, or what
Well,
were
it
they
was
doing?
Indian. Well, it was the uh, Indians were fighting in this war because it seems to me that they kept trying to get land over here, and it sounds like the United States was against it. I always thought this was the most confusing war ever. But keep reading and we'll stop and vibe because we're almost done.
Okay, unaware of
Unaware.
the treaty. Unaware of the treaty, British forces under Edward Pakenham assaulted New Orleans on January 8th, 1815, and were soundly defeated by Andrew Jackson's ragtag army, an event that contributed to the notion of a U.S. triumph. To the notion of a U.S. triumph. The unanimous ratification by the U.S. Senate of the Treaty of Ghent and the celebration that followed cloaked the fact that the United States had achieved none of its objectives. Okay. Contention in the United States had hobbled the war effort, and the domestic disaffection had menaced the Union. But after the war, a surge of patriotism inspired Americans to pursue national goals. Contrary to American expectations, Canada remained British and eventually developed its own national identity, partly from pride over repulsing U.S. invasions. Meanwhile, Britain's influence among the Northwestern Indians was forever ended, and American expansion in that region proceeded unchecked. In the South, the Creek War opened a large part of that region for settlement and led to the events that persuaded Spain to cede Florida to the United States
United
in
States in
1821.
1821. Okay, almost. The most enduring international consequence of the war was in the arbitration clauses of Ghent, perhaps the treaty's most important feature. Its arrangements to settling outstanding disagreements established methods that could adapt to changing U.S. administrations, British ministries, and world events. There lay the seeds of an Anglo American comedy that would weather future disagreements to sustain the longest unfortified border in the world. I'm like so done with this. Oh, it is Sam Smith. I'm not reading this. I'm just looking at it. So when you were reading this, let me stop it. When you were reading it, uh, the War of 1812 always troubled me because when you were reading it, it was like it almost seems to me like Indians that they were fighting under their surnames, given names, and it's almost hard to tell between them and the U.S. I mean, perhaps they were fighting for themselves to stop the expansion, but then it seemed like they wanted the expansion. What are your thoughts on it?
I don't know. So what is it saying that they were trying to go into Canada to take back the Americans' land? They already had taken back their portion of the United States, and so they were trying to move north to bring it back to Americanness, right? Is that what it's saying? And then what was the Indian barrier state that they said that they created?
I don't know. That's why I told you the War of 1812 always confused the hell out of me. And I never understood it. I mean, they said this war is way before the Civil War. It's like they didn't have anything to do with either of the other. Weird.
No, yeah, and I did read that where I do remember it saying that England basically barred exportation of the United States produce, and so they needed, that stopped their money.
Hmm.
So I do see where they were interested in that, but I don't have a clear understanding.
It's like weird. Does anybody in the chat understand this war?
Okay, so it says that regarding the Indian barrier state, it said the Indian barrier state was a British proposal to establish a Native American buffer state or an Indian buffer state in the portion of the Great Lakes region of North America. It was never created. The idea was to create it west of the Appalachian Mountain bounded by the Ohio and the Mississippi rivers into the Great Lakes and the Great Lakes. So all that was
Mm,
supposed to be Indian territory.
right. Um, Sammy wants to know if didn't a mud flood happen during this period? No, Trail of Tears was after that. Straight Smoke. Hit the link, Smoke. It's up at the top. Yeah, it's all Indian territory, definitely. But I'm just trying to figure out. I don't. Okay, it's like they wanted to. That at some point they didn't own any parts in Canada, did they? The colonists. That was our French Canadian area, correct? The French owned Canada. That's what I always thought.
Well, there's
So
British Columbia. So the British part, they do own part of Canada.
even now to this date,
I think so. You have British Columbia, and then you have the French part. So England owns one side, and the France owns the other side.
okay. Mm,
And so all of that is colonized, and it seems like the United States was trying to uncolonize a lot of areas. And so that's why the Indians were working with them,
mm,
because the name of the game was to get their land back.
mm. Interesting. It's kind of. I'm confused about this DM. I see you. Okay. I'm confused. I always been very confused no matter how many times I read about the War of 1812. I've always found it so confusing to understand. It's like it's like where they I just didn't understand the war. That is one war I did not understand. I don't know if
Hey,
anybody
Sister
else
Beth.
does. And hey, and most people that try to tell me about it, they be just as confused as me. What you got there, Smoke?
Well, I'm just overallly, it was, it was that the American sailors by was being, stopped from trade by the British Navy as well. It was about Western expansionists and Native American policy. They stood ground. That's why they wanted to get rid of Spain and Florida. This was all
Okay.
expansionist act.
Okay, to stop them from settling.
Right. They didn't want them on this continent. They didn't want them over here.
Okay.
That was
And
to solidify control over the lower Mississippi River all the way to the Gulf of Mexico and on
so,
up.
so they was trying to take that area from the Indians.
They was taking area from everybody. They didn't that was only gonna be one after this. That's what we have right now, one. That was the whole thing. They had to drive everybody out and claim it theirs. This was expansionist. That's why you had a lot of pro-war people. They wanted to do that
Okay,
because
well,
they
it's
believed in,
okay.
yeah.
The South wanted to do it.
No, your 13 colonies wanted to do this. They set up, remember, they set up the whole census thing, everything. They knew where everybody was and who was in those places.
Right.
They had agents out there in the field.
Okay.
And it looks like the South was worried about the Creek War. They were dealing with Florida.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. How did oh, okay. That's okay. Now I get that part. So
But
but
there
they were
was, but sorry.
oh no, go ahead,
Peace,
honey.
Sister Bethy.
Hey, go ahead, sweetheart.
Well, we did read that there was a such thing as an Indian Confederation. So
Right.
the Indians were, it seems like they were working with the United States. There was an agreement. The United States was probably like at that particular point, we're gonna help you get your land back.
But at the same
I'm
time
sure.
they were stabbing him in the back, you think?
Well, I think that's eventually, maybe some generations after. But at this particular point, the Indians helped these people free themselves from Great Britain, right? So Great Britain people, these descendants of that Revolutionary War, were probably like, well, we're gonna help you get your land back.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute. They were helping the people where? What people?
So we have the colonies. Remember, they were connected to Great Britain, but they fought Great Britain, and now they're not no longer under Great Britain.
Right.
So the Indians assisted these people with that, right? So
Assisted what? You're leaving
assisted
something out.
the Indians assisted the colonizers, the 13 colonies people, all right? The young
Yeah.
United States with declaring their independence.
Wow.
So the
Wow.
young United hold on. So the young United States probably was working with the Indians to help them get their land back, and that's why they were going into Canada and all these different places.
Okay, so let me say this. We had already ratified everything by then. So it was 50 states by then, right? Or no? Because
No,
No,
this
because
isn't eight.
Florida was Spain.
Wait a minute.
no, it was
Wait a
not.
minute. Wait a minute. I'm having brain farts all over the place right now.
Yeah, we didn't have 50 states until like the 19, like they got had to get Hawaii and Alaska.
I
You got
got
to remember that too.
I got that part. I get that part, but what I'm saying is okay, this shit is confusing the hell out of me. Are you saying that the um all right, of course after the Revolutionary War, we're in 1812. You're saying that some of the descendants of France or Britain wanted to get their land back. Isn't this?
Huh? No, the Indians want their land. That's why the agreement was to create this territory up there. You remember there's Indian people that's living here, and they
Well, no,
were, imposed upon.
okay, that's where I'm confused at. Were they were they imposed in France? Are you talking about, or are you talking about?
Chief Tecumseh.
All right,
Yeah.
that's he's. Oh, go ahead, honey.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. They're
Well,
from.
him and his crew is helping the United States fight Great Britain. Their
yeah. You
interest
talking about
in
Chief
help
Tecumseh, right?
right, and they have an interest in it because they want their land back. Am I wrong?
I met his descendants too.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. I met his descendants up here. They got a statue of him over there in Canada, like right across the bridge from Detroit. But his descendants, they still in the area and stuff like that. They look like those mongoloids y'all talk about.
No, 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 no. They. He's not from Canada. He's
Didn't
from
say he was from
Ohio.
Canada.
They remember they had this whole territory, so yeah, but they were fighting. They were fighting here in Detroit, like that whole Great Lakes region right there, Cleveland up into Ontario and stuff like that. They were fighting because remember, Detroit used to be French. The French were trading here first, so a lot of our streets and our freeways and highways that we have were Indian. They were Indian trading routes at first because they got a statue of them over there, and I
Okay,
kept going over there.
okay, okay. So this is the confusing part because I've always known Chief Tecumseh to be a black man. They killed his father. The whites killed his father. His father was killed by white people, by the whites. And if his people was killed by the whites, then that makes him a black. Tecumseh was a black dude. And it tells you Tecumseh was born in an
Well, these
Indian
people,
village near present day Xenia, Ohio. His father was killed by whites in 1774. That was just before, like 2 years before uh, the Revolutionary War. So he was black. This is why this shit is
now
so
the statue they got
confusing.
of him is a dark statue.
Well, you know they're gonna make you know they're
Yeah,
gonna
he
make him
got a dark statue
have
of him, but
white
these people.
features, but he was a black man up there in Canada. That's why this
But
shit is
see,
so
this is the
confusing.
thing. Them people that's over there, they got a mixture. It's some lighter skinned Indians, and then you see a lot of them darker skin. When we talk about that copper tone with the long hair and everything, dark like dude was damn near darker than me. You know what I'm saying? And he was from up there in like northern Michigan and all that. They still get together and they still got their color to them. Like everybody ain't that so-called manga. You just kind of got like a mixture. The hues of the people like go from dark to light. You know what I'm saying? Just like in black people, you got light skinned black people, you got dark skinned black people.
Well,
Unless
I
y'all
want
want to call them black.
okay, I want to say this. I he's of the Shawnee tribe. He was the leader of the Shawnee. Okay.
Yeah, they fought up here too. They one of our cemeteries, it was made into a cemetery here because they killed so many Indians, and I think it was it the British soldiers that they were fighting with too, and the French. And then you got historic Fort Wayne, which is in like downriver in Detroit. and stuff like that. And that's where they had their battles at too. But they got his statue because I think this was like his last stronghold. Remember, they was pushing him out. It was pushing him out and stuff like that. But I think he ended up dying in Canada though. Like, but not like far into Canada. We're talking about like right here at the border because it's literally Canada like right across the street from us, like right down the street from me right now.
Wait a minute. All right. Um. Okay. So the Shawnee tribe was originally in Ohio. It was uh
Yeah, around
they
Lake
are
Erie.
the Shawnee are an indigenous people of the northeastern woodlands. Their language, Shawnee, is an Algonquin language. Their pre-contact homeland was likely centered in southern Ohio. In the 17th century, they dispersed through Ohio, Illinois, Maryland, Delaware, Pennsylvania. So does that make I'm trying to figure out if they are part of the Iroquois Confederacy? Because I don't see them listed as one of the Iroquois Confederacy. In fact, they're headquartered in Oklahoma now, and they settled with the Cherokee.
Mhm.
Wow, this is why this shit is so confusing. So I just don't understand why they. Well, because you can
Influence.
Canada's not that far from Ohio, from what I hear, right?
Nope.
So
Yeah, it's right up the street. It's only like 40 something minutes away.
so what I'm trying to figure out is this is the most confusing war I ever seen or ever heard of. Um, they so they were helping someone get their land back, or were they trying to get land in Canada? Or I'm confused. See,
There was
does
only
this
four
does this
on the,
war sound confusing, or is it me?
it was only four players in the whole thing. It was Great Britain, the United States, Spain, and us. That was it. Notice that you said that those Indians from the north, they went to Pennsylvania. Isn't that one of the 13? You said they dispersed, and I think you said Pennsylvania was one of them.
Yeah, it was a couple that they did disperse.
Yeah, but
Um,
The reason I'm bringing that up is I'm just putting together the timeline. You see what I'm saying? Because that all goes back to how the census was created. They influenced people to come. Let's say they sent somebody over there. Why don't you come here and learn European whatever, English or American whatever they was calling themselves. Come learn American whatever they was calling themselves. So that's what I'm saying. This was all trading. All of this was trading knowledge, information. That's how all of this began. Influence and you know shady deals. That's just pretty much
yeah,
what it is.
I have a question. So, if they were supposed to be fighting Canada because they're upset that the British is making them basically, they're drafting their soldiers to war, right? And they're preventing them from going on to sea. Is that what I read? I'm not sure. But why were all the battles way down in Detroit and Ohio when they're supposed to be fighting Canada? Don't you think? Weren't the fights supposed to be up north? So was Canada further down?
be,
Was the territory
because
further?
not because Canada, yeah, because Canada is across the street from Detroit. It's like literally across the river. So they had both
Right.
sides of that territory. Like they had over here, like it wasn't that boundary. Like when we thinking about the boundaries of countries today or whatever, you got to remember that was all Indian land. So the boundary wasn't there. They was just doing trading, so selling across the river.
Okay, but we did read that the U.S. took some people up into what would be what, Quebec or something like that, the closest thing across from Detroit. This man took a small force up across the river up into Canada, which was ruled at that time. That's why they still are loyal to the crown. That's Great Britain. They went up there and got their butts handed to them and came on back, and them people came back right behind them. So that's what I'm saying. This is all perpetuated in a bad fashion. Now, I didn't hear Isness read about anyone going into Ohio at all, but she did say Detroit.
Yeah, they you talking about where they dispersed?
No, the war between so-called Canada and the United States.
Oh, they lost that war, United States.
Exactly. Right. Because everybody can't forget that Canada is Great Britain.
Correct.
But they wanted to also drive the French out of Florida.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? This is all expansionism. They had plenty of war hawks. That was the term. Those are just warmongers. That's what we call them nowadays as a warmonger. So once they beat beat up on Britain to get away from the crown, it was all expansionism from there. Everybody had to go.
You gotta turn your mic off. I oh my goodness. So these um Canadian tribes, Blackfoot, Metis, Mohawk, Algonquin, First Nations, Inuit.
And remember, the medicine are like the mixed. They like mixed. They like half Indian, half white, or like half French.
The Great Plains of Prairie people. Okay, they're in Canada. The Algonquins. They're in Canada. Oh, this war sucks. I have to go back and look at my other things, but Tecumseh was a Shawnee, and his father was killed. It says that the whites killed his father. So if the whites killed him, what color was he?
He was copper color. He wasn't. When you think of the light
Right.
skinned Indians, you know, like he
Yeah, he
when they
had
got a
nigga
statue of him,
in.
he's dark. He was a
Yeah, I
darker
know he's
skin, or
dark.
considered darker skin Indian.
Yep.
But he had that long hair.
It
He
don't
had that
matter
good
what the
hair.
hell he's mixed with. He's mixed. He's basically a mulatto. He's basically a mulatto. Oh, this war! I tried to do it today. I just am so disgusted. I just don't. What's confusing to me? Okay, their asses are from Canada, and I get straight smoke. You said that some wanted the expansion and some didn't.
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
So they were trying to get who was they trying to get land back for?
It had to start with Florida first.
Belonging to
The French.
so the Spain took
No, that was Spanish territory.
Right. Okay.
right,
You okay?
but
Spain. They
you're
had to get
right.
them up out of there.
They wanted to get Spain out of
Out of
Florida.
there. Yeah, had to.
The Indians did,
And the
correct?
Americans and the colonies. This is about
Okay,
expansionism. You got to look at the map and the way you talking. You working your way up to the Ohio River. That's going back north. That's bringing you right back to the Great Lakes. This is all expansionism. This had to happen. I ain't gonna say it had to happen. It was about trade.
right,
You solidifying trade. Look, ain't nothing shaking on this ground that we don't know about. So you got to drive people up out of there to control and absorb the land.
right,
Remember, furs was the thing up here. People was doing fur trade up here.
right.
Heavy. Illinois,
Ohio, yes, the
Michigan.
fur trade is from the
Yeah.
north. That's what we did. We sold the most. Oh, hold on one second, y'all. Y'all got it. Hold on, I got to get this call.
Yeah, they were doing fur trade here, and then they found out that there was mining copper up there and at the northern tip of Michigan. Because we ended up getting the top of Michigan, upper peninsula later, because we actually took that from Wisconsin because we were about to go to war with Ohio for Toledo because Toledo was off the water. It was good for trade or whatever, but we ended up letting them have that, and we took the upper peninsula. But
Yeah, and that's my whole point is that they had to solidify the trade routes. So that meant getting rid of any and everyone that's in any occupying force. They had to be dispersed. That's the expansionist ideology. That's warmongering.
yeah, so the French had gained control.
Well, you still talking about up north?
Yeah, the French had the control up here first. We got to remember the United. Yeah, you got to remember the United States wanted all those colonies out. I mean, they even had a hand with even with the Haitian Revolution, the Cuban. When Cuba had the Spanish Cuban War, the United States wanted full control, so they had a hand in all that. I mean, even though those brothers in Haiti fought and everything, but America was like fueling that fire and whatnot. They wanted Spain gone, they wanted France gone, they wanted Britain gone. You feel me?
Right, right.
So
You got Canada
they
right now.
wanted
They
the
still
colonies
holding
gone.
the crown.
Yeah, but it's like a dual side thing. You know what I'm saying? Because like Canada, they depend on us for when we go right now. Like when we go on to war or anything like that. That Canada depend on us even for trade. You know what I'm saying? During this COVID thing, when COVID, kicked off, man,
Oh,
it fucked their economy up, bro. Like I was over there, man. They so many businesses closed and all that. They depend on us for trade and all that stuff, man. They got to get stuff from the lower 48 a lot of times.
right. But just to stick on topic about what Sister Bethy had brought up, isness. Now, do you see the timeline I'm putting together about that?
Yeah, I see it. I see what you're saying. It's also saying that British had control of Washington D.C.
Yeah, that's why it's known as British Columbia, D.C.
Uh, the District of Columbia. And then
Mm-hmm.
you have the British Columbia. So Columbia is associated with Great Britain. All right.
Yep. Right.
I'm sitting here cracking up because Chief Holiday had to come. He's like, "What the hell's going on?" So, um, my dumbass, I did not stream. I didn't stream to to Twitter. That's weird. Well, fuck it. It's too late now. I'm not gonna worry about that. That's where I get my most people, Twitter. So anyway, I'm confused in this, and Chief Holiday said that he'll help me. but not now because he's at work. So I'm gonna move on to my next topic because nobody can explain this right, and we read it from the beginning to the end. So I don't feel bad because you don't know about it real good. You don't know about it real good, Esness. Straight Smoke don't know about it real good. And nobody in the chat don't know about it real good. So I had to go read and study. Maybe I'll get one of my Canadian
Nah,
colleagues.
Chief, he got to come up here to Detroit and see where they was fighting at.
I don't need to see
He
where they
got to
was
see where they was
fighting at.
fighting at. Like,
No,
you
I
got to
don't need
talk
to.
about.
Yo, I don't need to see where they was fighting at. I need to know about the war. That's what I need to know. And you don't know about it.
Look up. Well, I'm gonna say this. Everybody, look up historic Fort Wayne and the battles at historic Fort Wayne. That's gonna give you a lot of information on what was going on when they were fighting up here
No,
in this area.
that's not how I research wars. I'm gonna have to go into UConn's library and look. We'll do it online and research it. Because the shit they have out here in archives sucks. So I'm gonna go in UConn's library. They'll have it, believe me. I'll just skip that for now. I'm gonna even close it out and just go with what I wanted to deal with. Um. All right. So I want to do the Civil War because something don't make sense, and it's in reference to our people. When you're talking about the Civil War, that's our people. Who wants to do the honor of reading? You smoke? Straight Smoke?
I can if you want me to, Sister Bethy.
Yay! You want me to give it to you to open up and share screen, or you want me to share screen?
You can put it in the back check. I can pull it up.
Yay! I just need to break my voice, but I wanted to get into this because it has to do with the attitudes of our people. I'm trying to figure something out, and it's troubling me because of the way we are right now. It's right there.
Okay, give me 1 second.
I'll let you do this. We got 102 in here. Smash the like button, y'all. You got it.
Give me 1 second, Sister Bethy.
Rolling Thunder is bugging. No, they do not look like us, Rolling Thunder. You are so right. These are Africans from Africa. They do not look like us. They are Africans and they were brought to Jamaica. That's where they are right now. I don't see nobody in there that look like people in the hood. Oh, he got definitely blew that up.
Busta Rhymes look like somebody in the hood. Biggie Smalls, everybody.
He's
Them
Jamaican.
all Jamaica.
You are too.
Now, my folks from Mississippi, Alabama, a little Creole Cajun up in there. You know what I'm saying? And I got a bunch of damn white people in my family that I found out. Shit, I'm damn near 30% white.
Is this what you wanted, Sister Bethy?
I do not look like African people. Don't come here and humiliate me. I will block you. I get very offensive. Yeah, yes, that's
Sister
it.
Bethy, that's
Yep,
it?
you got it. It's the Senate story.
All right. The Civil War, the Senate story, April 15th, 1861. President Lincoln calls Congress into emergency session. On April 15th, 1861, just 3 days after the attack on Fort Sumter, President Abraham Lincoln issued a proclamation calling forth the state militias to the sum of 75,000 troops in order to suppress the rebellion. He appealed to all loyal citizens to favor, facilitate, and aid in this effort to maintain the honor, the integrity, and the existence of our national union. As days passed, senators noted the tremendous response to the president's call for troops. The response of the loyal states to the call of Lincoln was perhaps the most remarkable uprising of great people in history of mankind, wrote Senator John Sherman of Ohio. Within a few days, the road to Washington was open, but the men answered the call were not soldiers, but citizens. Lincoln's proclamation also summoned Congress to return for an extraordinary session beginning on July 4th to consider and determine such measures as, in their wisdom, the public safety and the interest may seem to demand. From April to July 1861, in preparation for the rare summertime session, senators were engaged in a variety of war related activities, rallying support, building the military, crafting essential legislation, and handling constituent requests. John Sherman met with administration officials and worked during these months to recruit military enlistments. He even served as an aide de camp in the Union Army. In addition to fulfilling Senate duties, Stephen Douglas met privately with President Lincoln on April 14th, then traveled extensively through April and May to deliver speeches demanding that partisan battles be put aside in order to rally support for the Union cause. You all know that I am a very good partisan fighter, he told the Illinois state legislation on April 25th. I trust you will find me equally a good patriot. Charles Sumner of Massachusetts advised Lincoln on foreign policy, while Maine's William Pitt Fessenden tackled issues of finance. That would be it.
That's it.
Yes, ma'am.
Beginning July. Oh. Well, anyway, all right, you can stop the
There,
share screen.
there's a letter there. I don't know if y'all could read it. I don't think
Oh
I
God,
can.
I don't want to read it. You can even
Okay.
stop. You can stop the share screen. So, okay, the Civil War, it was basically. Let me get it right.
Yeah, that was it.
The Civil War. The central cause of the war was was the dispute over whether slavery would be permitted to expand into the Western territories, leading to more slave states, or be prevented from doing so, which many believe would place slavery on a course of ultimate extinction. The system was central to key rights. The southern states wanted to, here it is, the, the southern states wanted to assert their authority over the federal government so they could abolish federal laws they didn't support. That's what it was, especially laws interfering with the South's right to keep slaves and to take them wherever they wished. So that's what they were doing. Another factor was territorial expansion, what we just read, to the Western territories. Meanwhile, the newly reformed Republican Party, whose members were strongly opposed to the westward expansion of slavery into new states, was gaining prominence. The victory without the Southern. Okay. So here's what I say. Here's what I'm posing. Oh, you wanted to share something, Smoke?
No, ma'am.
Oh, okay. So here's what I'm the question I have in reference to the Civil War. Why would all right, I get the gist that our people wanted to maintain control over our their own children, our people, and things of that nature. But the conditions of how our families was conducting business. I'm not I'm not truly 100% that they were fairly conducting business. I think I'm under the belief that it was difficult to work for our parents. What say y'all to that? Because I can't understand why it got to be explained why so many thousands of our people wanted to join the union and they still fight for it today. So the only reason why the South got into the Civil War, our people, was to abolish what was going on down there. And it wasn't just slavery. What are your thoughts?
No, it wasn't just slavery. Not at all. Not at all. That was again. It all to me. It all leads back to trade because,
That's
like you
what I
said, they was
think.
it was yeah because they was trying to expand the ideology of having slaves in the North. That hit
But
different.
we had slaves in the north on the East Coast. We had
I'm just
slaves on
going
the
off.
north and the East Coast, even some throughout the Midwest.
But they also it it, it, it wasn't like the South. It was more so nannies and shit. Nannies. It wasn't like sweat your back, kill yourself kind of slave. Not that. And we had our own families because we lived in the suburbs as Indians. We did. I showed you the list of the black governors. Those are suburban towns, very rural.
It leads me back to trade once again.
I could believe it.
A way to make a living and provide. That's trade back then. Wasn't no
Correct.
fiat.
And they were, I think, I'm wondering if the North was upset because the South was doing business with other countries
Yep.
and they wanted it to stop and get a central government to control the trade.
There it is.
And I personally think that that's wrong because if people don't want to buy shit from you, they shouldn't have to.
Yeah.
Like it's almost like they're forcing. Well, then again, it must not have been good for so many thousands of our ancestors to want to fight and join the union to dismantle it. I mean, granted, we treat ourselves like shit. Our families, a lot of our families didn't get along and they wanted to dismantle shit.
Yep.
And it happened. That's why I was asking you earlier. A lot of those names, they really sound like they were Indian people and not that took on surnames
Certain names.
because they wasn't distinguishing them from the British.
Yeah, we got to call you something so we can enlist you.
They were not distinguishing those in the north and the shit. They weren't distinguishing them. So only way you knew that one was an Indian and one was a white man because the white man was pure white and the other one was Indian. It doesn't make any that doesn't make any sense. So we had Indians
Huh.
here. They gave them surnames. They was fighting in the war under their given names. Because why else would you fight for land that's yours?
Now that makes me think about one thing, Sister Bethy.
Okay.
So if it was, let's, I'm just gonna use trade as because I've been saying this. So in a trade scenario, let's say one person of in your family doesn't get their what they would call their fair share.
Mm-hmm.
That causes a rupture in all families. It's always money. Some kind of
Yeah.
always some kind of money.
Facts.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm believing that one, like, you know what I'm saying, maybe one family member didn't feel like they got their fair share. Well, hell, I'm gonna go join them and I'm gonna get what I deserve.
That's what I think was going down.
I'm trying to
They
man,
didn't
this
have.
is starting to
It's
make
like they
sense.
didn't. Yeah, it's like they didn't have enough.
Or we were enslaved. We were enslaved, and
No, man.
No, no,
No.
no, no,
what
no.
about the black folks that ran up north and they're like, damn, our people still didn't happen? Because people, even when my people left the south, they was like, look, you know what I'm saying? Them
Well,
factories racing
they was
down there.
leaving.
We had to
They
get
was leaving. No, they was leaving contracts that they was in, and they wanted to get out of them because they wasn't getting treated right from the boss,
There you go.
just like you do with any other job. So
Or
they
that
wanted to get
master.
out of them. Hey, Sharice. Yeah.
it,
Or that master.
including getting raped and all this stuff, you know, because they remember they
Okay.
terrorized us. Remember they made a
Look,
movie.
you
Uh,
going
They
far
made a
left.
movie. You remember that movie they played in the early 20th century with the what was that? Birth of a Nation. And they
well,
showed
no,
on there us freeing getting out of slavery and saying we were gonna commit crimes and do all this and do all that.
that's
Then you see
movies.
the rise of the
That's
Ku Klux
movies.
Klan
That's
or whatnot
movies.
at that
That's
time.
movies. King Kaz is losing it today. Go ahead,
Yeah, but
Isra.
that
Okay.
propaganda worked because the KKK.
Come on, man.
Well, why would people believe that? Because according to the
I mean,
narrative,
that's
is that no,
Hold
listen,
on,
listen.
bro.
okay.
According to the narrative, that there was slavery everywhere, right? But then the North decided to ban slavery. So that means that there were ex-slaves living there. Where were those people? What were they doing? And where did they live? And I'm sure they weren't running amok, or we would have stories of all these free people in the North running amok. So why would the people in the South believe the birth of a nation? But where were all these free people, these free ex-slaves in the North during slavery in the South?
You
Correct.
say what were they at during slavery? I mean, like, okay, I'm gonna
No,
give you an
no,
example.
no. So,
My
so you're
people
supposed to
came
be in the
up
South
from Georgia.
slaves, okay,
Yes, my people came up from the
during
South.
slavery.
They came up from Georgia. One side, other side came up from Mississippi. I've been around elders and they were like, look, I had to leave the South because the Klan was gonna kill us. You feel what I'm saying?
No, I'm talking about
And the
slavery
one elder,
times.
he was like, "Look,
No, you're taking the story
yeah,
off,
but
Ken.
that's
You're
where
off.
I'm
No,
no,
talking
but
about
no,
slavery
no.
I'm getting
times.
I'm laying my plane. But this was a consistent migration from slavery times into Jim Crow, where blacks were leaving the South, coming to the North because of the mistreatment.
I know, but they said
Like we
that
wasn't
the
living
North
harmoniously
had
with these white
slaves.
people.
They're telling us, the white people are telling us that the North had slaves and that they banned slavery. It was illegal. But the Southern people refused to, right? They want to expand slavery. And so, where were all these emancipated slaves from the North? Where were they living? And how were they living? What was going on in the North during the time that there were slaves in the South?
I mean, they fled. They went to places like Boston, Detroit. We got stories of slaves coming up to Detroit and crossing over to Canada, going to Chatham and Toronto and what's that place up there,
No,
Nova
no, no.
Scotia and
I'm talking
stuff
about
like
the
that.
the
We got the
slaves
history
that
here.
were already living.
You feel what I'm
I'm
saying?
talking
So
about the
this is what these
slaves that
people are
were.
doing.
No, I'm not talking about runaway slaves. They said that slavery was everywhere, right? And that the North banned slavery. So now that slavery is now banned here in the North, where did those slaves go?
Where did those slaves go? What do you
Well,
mean
yeah,
they
what were they
can't? But
doing?
the slaves they went. I mean, they stayed where they were at. The people that was up north. You talking about the slaves that was up north? Some of
Yeah,
them
yeah.
stayed. Some of them went further north. Some of them went into Canada. But a lot of them were in Boston. Because you got to remember, Pennsylvania. You can go look at the list of plantations that were in Pennsylvania and New York. And a lot of those
No,
people left those
no. The
plantations. They went into
majority
the
of
cities of
them, they
Philadelphia and Boston.
they got out of their contracts in the North. Okay, and they stayed. They didn't really travel anywhere. They did not go to Canada. Now, um, after the only time they really went to Canada is when, hey, damn, is after the Revolutionary War. That's when black people went to Canada, aka Indians. But they actually went to Nova Scotia. And Nova Scotia got tired of them because they were taking all the damn
Oh,
jobs. So they kicked them out.
well, Nova Scotia still got, but they still got. I mean, a lot of them mixed now, just like the ones in Chatham. But the black people, they those descendants are still there. Like Chatham, about 45 minutes away from me or whatever, and they still live.
They did have contracts. They did. If they're doing indentured servitude, they did. So shut up. They were getting paid for what they were doing. And they got land, so be quiet. Um,
Again, Sister Bethy, that's why I said trade. Because when in a trade, you're trading goods and services.
right.
Let's not forget that.
That's
So you're
correct.
you're selling goods and services.
Yep.
So that's why I keep leaning towards some people didn't feel a certain way and they kind of went astray. That's what did I say? You know what I'm saying? People, most families fall out about money.
They hired a lot of Indians to do a
Work.
lot of this work here because we knew how to do it.
They didn't
They
know how to
didn't.
do
They
it.
can't. They did not. Right. They did not know how to do it. So they became unfair with the shit. They was doing way too much.
That's right.
Way too much.
So was Abraham Lincoln talking about freeing indentured servants, like in his speeches and everything that
All
he
of them.
had? Was he talking about
He
freeing
all
indentured
of them.
servants?
He relieved all of them from whether they were had indentured servant, were serving indentured servitude or slavery. Now he didn't release the prisoners.
So, Sister Bethy, wouldn't that go to say that majority of the so-called
We
people in
got
the
to pull up
North
those speeches.
were indentured servants?
Yeah, a lot of them were indentured servants because a lot
Indentured
of them were
servants.
white people. A lot of them were white
Yeah.
people. Yeah, colonial
Yeah,
states
Europeans were indentured servants.
predominantly, but that's the majority of them. They didn't have that many Indians working for them because the Indians was on their in their own
Own their
areas.
stuff. Yup.
They was not close like that. That's what I keep
Except
trying to
through
tell you.
trade.
He don't know.
Except
He
through
don't
trade.
know. They
Goods and
were not
services.
close like that. They had the Indians overseeing the Indians here in the north. That's why they had two mayors. They had the black one and the white one. The black one oversaw the black people. The white one oversaw the white people.
Correct.
And that's a fact. That's what I keep trying to tell him. I'm from this state. I know what they did.
Your folks come from
But
the South, don't
what
they,
I don't,
Sister Becky?
but I can understand why
Mm-hmm.
a lot of the Indians from the north m- were in on dismantling down south because word travels. People leave and come and tell what's going on up there and stuff. And so they went on up there, right?
You mean to tell me what's going on down there? My cousins stay down there. Man, y'all better stop that.
Yeah.
It had to be that had to be it because I'm still not finding those free northern ex-slaves
Mm-hmm.
that were supposed to have been freed. So it has to be the Indians. This is a story
It,
about the Indians.
definitely, definitely.
Sure
Look up
is.
Sojourner Truth. Look up what's the
That's
Phyllis Wheatley and all these people.
so where were all of these ex-slaves living? Like where's their stories? Like I really want to figure out like where were they? Where'd they go?
I'll be
I'm
right back,
I'm
y'all.
trying to I'm trying to think. Was it Sojourner Truth that was on the plantation? And
Make sure they be good straight.
not Sojourner Truth. Probably was
Yes,
Phyllis
ma'am.
Wheatley. On it was either between her or Sojourner Truth that was on the explant that was on the plantation in Pennsylvania. I gotta figure out which one, but one of them was.
But still, everybody keeps wanting to call these things plantations. I mean, this is a well orchestrated lie.
Yeah,
This is
but
a
we got
very well
accounts of people
orchestrated lie.
saying it. I mean, you can
I
look
can
up
understand it. I
you can
dig
look
you.
up even Ibrahim Suri, you can look up Frederick Douglass, you can look up all
Right.
these people that have the accounts of okay, this is what was going on. And Frederick Douglass had to beat his master and get the fuck out of Dodge and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? To flee, and because the mistreatment down there. And remember, Virginia wasn't even as bad as places like the deep south of Mississippi and all that stuff. You feel me? So we got accounts of different slaves talking and telling. That's why I'm like, how people skipping over that. Like, you can go to the physical accounts, right, of people speaking about their mistreatment in slavery, what they seen and what they experienced, not going stretching all the way down to Brazil, and they're telling you of similar stories.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, but I can't get past how the term is being used. I mean, because like I said, some people will go and like I said, it to me it's about trade because you don't go somewhere where you're not offered something.
Well,
You know what I'm
everything was
saying?
about trade. Trade was a commodity. I
Even the
mean, slavery
services
was a part of the commodity. Like
or servitude.
in Africa, you had markets. Yeah, you had markets that they sold ivory, gold, and slaves, skins, hide, all that. That's why it makes sense. Like people say, oh, why are they getting slaves from Africa? Or whatever. They had markets for slavery. I mean, pre the white boy, pre-existing the white boy. We talking about the Islamic slave market. You feel what I'm saying? They had slave markets, and a lot
I
of them
get
they sold children. You know, y'all can
I,
get that book, Slavery in Mississippi. It's a good book.
oh, okay. But just to stay in the timeline, the time frame of what Sister Bethy has laid out, you know, without going into modern times or anything like that. Do you see like the grand scheme of things of how they orchestrated all of this to come about to be able to control the entire what we call entire North America? Do you see that though?
People that they traded. You know what I'm saying? It's a commodity. It's free force, free labor. I ain't gotta pay your ass. I gotta feed you. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't gotta pay you. Shit.
A lot of people from uh, a lot of, may I say, white people during the Civil War were from the South. They were from the South, and they knew they had family that was in the South that they wanted to free. I bet you didn't know that.
So this is white people that had white people in slavery in the South.
Yeah, they had indentured servitude contracts, and some of them were slaves.
I found in my records where there was a family and the white person from like Sweden or Switzerland or somewhere was living in the house as a tutor, and you could tell it was their employee to teach their kids because the family owned the property, they owned the land, and they had the teacher, as a board in the house.
Yeah, they
So
came on the
that right. So there's your
right.
employee, which is your slavery.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But you can also have situations like forced labor. Like if you look at prisons today, prisons that's forced labor. You feel what I'm saying? You
Yeah,
ain't
well,
got no choice. You
their rights are
put in that
taken away.
situation.
Their rights are taken away. They are
And that's
enslaved.
what we
Their
trying to
rights,
explain with
they have
the
no
black folks
rights.
in the South and certain Native
They're
Americans.
wait,
Certain
wait, wait,
Native
wait.
Americans
Our
they were
rights in the
enslaved
South.
as well.
No, 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 no. It was a lot of our families that wanted to break away from each other. That's why they joined the union. And when you seen them being hung in a tree, it was because they knew some of the peeps wanted to fight on the side of the union. That's why they was like, you couldn't say nothing. If the South found out that you was attempting or an agent to the union, they kill you.
They'll kill you.
Because it took them a little while
White folks killing
to build.
niggas. Get that clear.
There was niggas killing niggas because they didn't want to stop it. They
So
felt
we got
afraid.
historical records.
What? What did you say? Oh, I can't hear him. The ancestors. Hey, Monty. The ancestors must have shut him, made him be quiet. You got it, Smoke. What's your thoughts, Smoke?
I keep coming back to the same thing, you know. Um, that's why people join up to stuff, you know. It's
Hey,
it's
Cherise.
it
Hey.
shows. I mean, it literally shows. Now, I'm not gonna sit here and I just hate how they want to throw. They always keep throwing that word slavery around, and
Yeah,
sometimes I just don't believe that that's what the case was. I don't believe that
I don't either.
because I
I
don't think
really
that you're gonna
don't.
be able to force people to do shit. It
You,
just
you,
don't sound right.
yeah, because they can't do it today. Even though they say we free now, we always been free. It's about getting us to comply with civil law. We still don't comply with civil law today.
Still don't
We
do it
got
today.
drug
So
dealers.
so
So
you know what I'm saying? Because to me, how this all sounds like. So you mean to tell me in the South, they had a strong enough militia to go door to door? Think about it. You know what I'm saying? Like martial law. They just covered the whole, and this is what's going on. Yep, we had these people in chains, and I just that just don't sound right. It just don't
Mm-mm.
sound right.
It was war. Hey, I didn't happen. It doesn't. It was outright war. We did not want to do what they wanted us to do. Right. I believe that. Because when you go to jail, you are slaves because
Yep,
you have no right.
I have no rights. You forfeited them.
And you could tell that part of the slave story is a prison system, right? But that's not the whole story. They're trying to say the whole population was
Mm,
under this slave story, and that doesn't make that's not right. So it's wrong.
No, it doesn't make sense.
don't make sense.
The link is pinned to the top. It doesn't make sense to me, you guys, because it was all about, well, the southern states did not want to comply. Period. They see they messed up when they joined the union.
Why would you
Had they
want to
not,
get rid of all your money?
right?
Why would you want to give the? Because that's what happened. They got taxed after that. That was a nationwide tax put down.
Yeah, I don't think they understood what they was getting into. I think
Right.
because you know how niggas think that when they was joining the union, they thought that they was just gonna build the army, and that's it. Well, for army purposes, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think
Well,
all the others. Oh, go ahead, honey.
a lot of times the chiefs are making decisions, right? That's why the land is gone as today, because you
Yep,
had a few people sitting in some meeting somewhere making all of these decisions. Why everybody else is doing their day to day life. They're not, just like right now, we got presidents having all kind of meetings. We don't know what that man is saying and what kind of concessions and what he's giving away, what kind of land he's giving away.
exactly.
And I think that's what I think happened. You know,
Isness, I can take it a step further. I can take it one step further. Just because they were five recognized civilized tribes, what was the rest of us then?
right. Those are the people who decide to sit at the table. But every chief didn't sit at that table. It's
All
impossible.
right. Mm-hmm. They, I mean, it's obviously they took the land because why is the government controlling it? All the damn land. They didn't buy all this land,
No,
but they're controlling all of it.
but they
So you
controlling
tell
it.
me, still prisoners of war.
Yeah, because they're telling you about the wars. They're telling you about all these Indian wars all over the place. You just read about one, and they're telling you about all these wars popping off. So the land was taken by war. You're prisoner of war, and they got one
Exactly.
Indian tribe to help them fight the other Indian tribe, you know, the one tribe that was mad at the other tribe, so then they start
Mm-hmm.
fighting each other. This is all war stuff. This is not where somebody came and bought your land and this, that, and the other. No, they took it by force.
Yep. What you gonna do about it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there were some agreements and some small patches of land, like Sister Bethy showed you that little itty bitty mark in her territory that she shows, right? But
Mm-hmm.
not everything.
They took after the war. It was the federal government fighting with the Indians, and they took over all the fucking land to what it is today.
Control and consolidation.
And wait a minute. This is what I wanted to find out. I should have asked this at work today. You're in rural land and you don't want to connect with any of the utilities in the United States, whether it's water, septic. Did they block us? Are they blocked from working, getting water and shit from other countries or no?
You saying pertaining to living off grid?
Hmm.
Will they be blocked from getting any kind of water from a different country?
Correct.
That's a damn good question.
Because I mean, if people don't, all right, they get their own septic tank and it's connected to what?
Well, they come and pull out the septic tank. You got poo poo trucks.
Right. They do. They come in there and vacuum that right out, leave it with a nice, pleasant smell.
Right. And your well, I mean,
If you
that's
own the
supposed to be
property, you
coming.
can dig for it.
Right.
Have a
And the
land
only other
surveyor come
thing,
out. Go ahead.
so the only other thing that you would have is your electricity.
Hmm.
And where did everybody have electricity at that point? I know now you could just do solar.
Correct. But
But I know that they will condemn your house. I knew someone, and everything was condemned because he didn't have electricity. So they can come through, and if you don't subscribe to the electricity, they can say that they can come and take your house, take your stuff.
which state is this?
This is California. The man was at risk of losing his property because it was a storm that messed up the electricity box, and he didn't have enough money to fix it. And they were trying to prevent the people from condemning it, the property,
All right,
for him
but
to live
was
in.
okay. What kind of electricity he hooked it to theirs, or he had his own?
He to their the So he had electricity through the electricity service, the state electricity service,
Hmm.
and, and he was gone up yonder for a little while. While he was gone up yonder, the um, the storm came and took out the pole,
Oh
and he was
shit!
in charge of fixing it for some reason. And so anyway, that's that.
Wait a minute. It's whose
Huh?
pole was it? That don't make no
It was
sense.
it was his pole. It was his. He had no electricity going into his home, his little shack
Are you saying
on
that
his
the
property.
storm came and removed his
His electric,
his line to his house?
right?
He still should have been able. They should have replaced that. He had no fault in that. I mean, that's dealing with homeowners insurance, though. That well,
Well,
yeah.
I don't think he had insurance. He's living in a shack. So he's a poor little man who eked up some money to get some property, and so then when he was gone, it just so happened that the storm came and took out the electricity going to his house.
Hmm.
And the electric people, because I was trying to assist, and they were not pay for it.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's wild.
They wouldn't put it in the ground for him.
They wouldn't restore his electricity to his house where he had electricity. He had to pay for it. And so everybody's trying to figure out, how can this man get funds. And the crazy story is, he went up yonder because he let somebody stay in his little shack, and the man killed the girlfriend, and they blamed everything on him. So he is sitting up yonder all this time for something that he didn't do. And so now he's out, and
Where is this at?
this is
Damn,
California.
Oh my
California.
God.
So now he's out, and now he ain't got no, and he ain't got no money. He just got out of from being away.
Oh my God.
That's a hard one right there.
Oh, it's a terrible story actually.
Who did they say he killed? Or who did it?
He let a man and his girlfriend stay in his little place because it was cold or whatever. And even though he didn't have a lot of space, he let these people stay with him. And in the process, the man killed the girl. The other man killed the girl. And he was gone. And then somebody, I don't know how they figured it out, but somehow he had been gone for years. And they figured out that it was the boyfriend, it was domestic violence.
Oh my God.
California.
Yeah.
I'm stuck on how they just, gonna condemn the man house like that.
Mm-hmm.
Even though he can't get. I see rental properties that ain't got electricity to it. That don't mean the house is condemned.
Yeah.
That's hard.
It's a trap. Yeah. And probably if it was like a nice looking thing, but like I'm saying, it's shacky. It's shack style.
And nothing was ever connected to it?
Something was, but the storm, while he was gone, the storm came and tore up his property.
So the utility company said, pay us to put the stick in the ground, even though this is an act of God. Who originally?
That you need to go get. I think the story is, now that I'm talking, is that he needs to go get permits and all of these different things, and he couldn't. He's on a fixed income.
But wait, what I don't understand is, I thought the pole belonged to the electric company.
It does.
But he needs the permits and the digging and inspectors and all of this stuff.
Oh, I see what they mean. Oh, wait a minute. I'm still not understanding
The wire
this
comes from the
because
pole to
I
your
thought
house.
it was an act of God.
And if an act of God,
they don't fix the problem, they'll clean up the mess, though.
maybe it needs to be it needed to be updated to a more modern. I don't know. It was something that he needed to do. He had to pay for.
And that
So
sounds like
he's
a fuse box.
and maybe it was a fuse box. Maybe it is. I don't know. It was something that PG&E was stalling, preventing, because you're right. You're like, well, if y'all pole, go and fix it. But then they came back to the man and was like, well, we need this done and this done and this done. And so, maybe it was a few bucks, but there were certain things that they were telling him that he needed and he couldn't do it, which left the city to try to, you know, he was on the verge of his place being condemned.
Oh, hello, peace to the chat.
Hey, that's crazy.
Okay.
Hey.
So basically, what the city did, they invoked eminent domain. They said the house was inhabitable because of no electricity, probably water, no running water, no sewer, and it was probably in a condemned status. So they deemed it unsafe to live in. So that's why they probably went that far as saying, okay, this is unsafe to live in, and
Oh, so
moved
they
out.
deemed it unfit for human occupancy.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's how they do it. That's how they do it.
I was lost. They had me lost.
Yes,
That's how they do
that
it.
sounds about right.
Yeah, that's how they do it. No electricity, no water. That's an issue. They can easily invoke eminent domain and put the sticker on the door, orange sticker, And once they put that orange sticker in it's a wrap.
Yeah.
Then they have to decide whether they're gonna tear it down or sell it to somebody else.
So
And
is
that's
it
how they do
against
it.
the law? Is it? I never check out housing law.
What's that? What's that, Chief?
Is it against the hey? Is it against the law to live in a barn?
Not
Pole
you
barns,
know,
no.
no. But they doing these barnuminiums now. So and they got all the luxury men. They be like 10,000 square feet, bring
Pole
15
barn.
car. Yeah,
Yeah.
you
Pole
do.
barn.
Yeah. They take them barns and convert it, make the upstairs, the loft, the living area. And they do a lot to them pole barns. You can see it right here in Ohio. People be doing it all the time. Well, you see a few of them and the silos.
But don't you
Convert
have
them
to
into
have like
house.
a don't you have to have like a bathroom for it to
Oh yeah,
be inhabitable?
they
It-
do all that. They do all that. They add bathrooms, luxury bathrooms, multiple bathrooms, and they do it all.
Mm.
But I
Do.
but I can't just go and move into a barn. Will my kids get taken away
Probably
if
so.
I just
Probably
yeah.
so.
Most definitely.
Probably so.
Most
Straight to the point. Probably so.
Yeah.
Because it's got
You
to
say
be
you live where?
inhabitable. You got to have electricity. You got to have water. You got to have heat. It's got to be
Sewer.
livable. Yeah, you got
Sewer.
to have all sewer. Yeah, this is called public services, which is water, sewer, and electricity. That's fact. Yeah, but if you can find one and convert that mug into one of them barnuminiums, you good to go. It's a couple, like I say, it's a couple of them here in Ohio. I see them all the time. So
And you know what? You said something. Heat. I think heat is a necessity for it to be livable. You got to
yeah.
have heat.
Well, I mean, back in the days when we was younger, I grew up in a house that didn't have electricity. I mean, well, it had electricity, but it didn't have AC. But it did have central heating for the winter. It all depends on where you're living at. If you're living in Arizona, do you really need heat? A lot of those houses out there in California, a lot of them, especially the older ones built in the 70s and the 60s, have baseboard heaters. You feel me? And they don't have ACs in them. I know my ex-father.
When do they need heat in Arizona?
Right. It all depends on what part of Arizona you're in. You know what I mean? If you're in northern Arizona, it gets down in 30s and 40s up in northern Arizona.
Now
But southern
I will
Arizona,
say this, there, back in the day, I think a lot of us probably had this, like our house, it had radiation heat. We had
yeah.
radiators,
Oh
front
yes,
room.
you had a steam boiler down in the
Yeah,
basement. You
yeah,
had a boiler. Yeah,
yeah. We had a boiler downstairs.
right. And it heats the water, and the water goes through the radiator and radiate out the heat. But that means you didn't have AC though. So I
No, it
mean,
was straight box fans in the windows. I guarantee you that.
That's it. Box fans. I grew up. I was telling my kids this a couple months back. I was like, boy, y'all don't.
Oh snap! Curious fell off. We can't hear you. He must have hit a button.
Here you come.
Curious.
Yeah, it'd be like
Something
that.
happened to you. We see you touching your buttons, but we can't see you. Your screen is completely black. I was hoping he fixed it because he's in the Navy. He should be able to tell us about the Civil War. I mean, not the Civil War, the War of 1812. I want to hear about the Civil War. I'm so upset. Now you frozen.
I'll go back in.
He come back. That's a hot mess. He got it. They've deemed his house unfit because he didn't pay for them to put the pole in the ground. That's crazy. Or because he didn't have insurance. Normally, he didn't. But wait a minute. Act of God. Oh my goodness. Why would? Oh no, no, no,
Well,
no.
Isness did say that the man stayed in what she said a shack. So I'm thinking
Oh,
like
okay.
one bedroom type demo,
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
like a closet apartment, literally. But yeah,
Right.
I can't
He was
believe
able.
that I didn't stream to Zoom. I thought for sure I did. Oh well. It's probably meant to them not to come in today. Anyway,
oh, you didn't stream to Twitter?
yeah, that's what I meant. I didn't stream to Twitter. That's why that explains why nobody's here. Well, 82. I'm not calling y'all nobody. I love y'all. Hit the like. I do love y'all. But no, that explains why I didn't. And I'm looking at my edit right here. So, oh freaking voila. That's a hot mess.
Man, I hope he comes back. I want to hear what he had to say about the war.
Me too. Mm.
He said, "I am somebody." That's right.
Here he goes. It should be. Oh, we want you to
She
tell us
kept
about the
calling me.
War of 1812. Let's see. Since he's a Navy man,
The War of 1812.
you should
Shit.
be able to
What about the
tell
War
us
of
about it.
1812?
We want to know what it was about. It's
I
confusing to understand, so go for it.
okay. Well, the
Let's
War
see
of
if he's
18.
more confused if it's us. Go ahead. You got it.
Shit, you put me on the spot without letting me see no documentation. But I believe the War of 1812 was them attacking our people, right? Our people waged war,
That was Andrew Jackson.
right? So Andrew Jackson marched in. Supposedly, Andrew Jackson marched into Florida, right? He captured a bunch of land in that time frame down there in Florida. It was called something war, and what he did was he fought those people, the Indians that was in the swamps and in the
The War of 1812.
yeah. I'm reaching now because I haven't really studied that one, but I do know
Wow.
Andrew Jackson. He went to reclaim the land. That's what he did. He was trying to take the land from our people.
So how is he going to reclaim land that wasn't his?
No, not reclaim. He was trying to take the land and run them off of the land. Let me just say it that way.
I'm hearing that he was trying to take it from Spain.
Wow.
How are you going to take? That's what I don't understand. It wasn't Spain's land either. It was the Indians' land. So how Spain?
Well, Spain had this. Let's get to
Call
say
it
this. Spain
Spanish
had been here
Florida.
for yeah, they had been here for a long period of time, right?
Yeah, Florida was
Way
one of
before,
his first colonies.
right?
Right.
So I believe, and this is me because I hadn't read that war in a long period of time, but that war was specifically over the lands of Florida. So he fought the Spanish, and then he started fighting the Indians because the Indians wouldn't let them have their land. That's what I believe.
They was beating the shit out of them. That was the Seminoles.
Right. So the Seminoles, they was good at what they call guerrilla warfare. Right. They would
Mm-hmm.
hide. They would hide in the trees and in the swamps, and they come out and hit their asses on both sides and disappear back in the swamps. That's what they was fearful of. And the one person that came to mind over that, over the Seminoles with that was that brother called John Horse, right?
Right.
John Horse was that Indian that spoke French, he spoke Spanish, he spoke multiple languages, right? He was really a showman, he was really, how can you say, a governor, right? And he went back and forth to Washington, D.C. And then finally, in order to protect his people, that's when John Horse decided to take his people out of Florida and they went to Oklahoma, to a base in Oklahoma. Well, hell, the slave catchers was what came out of Florida was trying to bring them back to daggone that came out of Florida was trying to bring them back from Oklahoma to Florida. So that's when John Horse went from Texas and went from Oklahoma down to Texas, and from Texas, that's when he went over in New Mexico, and they found their freedom and peace there. So John Horse was a key figure in that seminal era and over a 40, 50 year span of time. But I don't know why, but like I say, Andrew Jackson, from what I can remember without reading the story, is Andrew Jackson was trying to take the land from those people because again, they was attacking their asses on both sides, and they didn't understand how these people could disappear back in the floor, in the woods and in the swamps like that. They just disappear. Come hit them, take their shit, disappear, gone, no traces of it. But it took Andrew Jackson, from what I know, two campaigns against the people to overtake them. Once they got a strong foothold on them, he overtook them, and the rest of it is history.
Interesting.
That's from what I can remember without going and studying the story, because I studied that story some years ago when I first started trying to get into the information of understanding who I am and where I come from. But I do, like I say, I remember John Horse. John Horse was the man.
Yeah, he was.
He was the man. Don't get it twisted. That brother was bad, and he was a spokesman.
He was an interpreter.
Oh yeah. He was bad all the way around. He spoke multiple language, and he would trick both sides. He would speak one way to one group, and then the other way to the other group. He was very diplomatic. He learned how to be diplomatic over the course until they ran him out of to protect his people. He left out from in Florida and went to Oklahoma. And then, like I say, those slave catchers came out of Florida and tried to take them back to Oklahoma. And then they went to Texas and they fled to Mexico. And for a long period of time, they stayed over there in Mexico. That's what I can remember without.
Yeah, but then they let him come back.
Right.
They had to prove that
they were
already. That's right.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah.
And they let him back. And then didn't he give them a hard time about going to Oklahoma? He didn't want to go.
No, he didn't want to go. He fought.
He fought. And they ended up going, and they built Black Wall Street.
I don't know if he particularly built so-called what they call Black Wall Street.
Those that came from Florida, the Seminoles.
Yeah. But those who came from Florida, they created their own financial wealth and their own financial system in the 2 blocks or 3 block radius where they were living at, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Yeah, that's what I can remember. Because I had, like I said, I haven't read the story. Don't quote me. Don't say this is facts. But that's what I can remember. But Andrew Jackson had to do the first campaign. He got his ass whooped. The second campaign, he overtook him, and that's when the whole John Horse came around, and once they overtook him the second time, I believe that's when they forced him out of Florida. Well, that's when they took over Florida from the Spaniards. So that War of 1812 was America against the Spaniards and the Indians that was there, because the Indians was really fighting with Spain. You know, whatever was going on, they was cool with it in Florida. You know what I mean? They was cool with whatever the Spaniards was doing. And then, you know, those two group of people came together and fought 1812. After the Second War, like I say, when Andrew Jackson's forces overtook them, it was a wrap. And that's when they left out from down there. Some of them left out of Florida and went to Oklahoma, then to Texas, then to freaking Mexico. And then John Horse came back to Texas, I believe. That's where he came back to, Texas. But he had to prove that he was, you know, that he had already been here. He was this and that. So
that's funny, because I was going to ask you, when he went to Mexico, was it Texas at that time,
You know,
or
Texas and Mexico was all one big land. And once you cross over the Rio Grande, I believe that's what it is, the Rio Grande, the river Rio Grande, that decided that where Mexico ended. But without knowing when Texas was considered a state, you know, I can't be precise of the time frame. You know what I mean? When they
I
made
get that.
Texas.
Interesting. I'm still not getting over the fact that this poor lady or this poor person in the shack had to be responsible to freaking put a pole. I don't know.
It's just
It's
like
crazy.
it's just like your house, right? If you got a transformer on the side of your house or out in front of your house, and it once it leaves that transformer, it belongs to you. Or if it's that meter belongs to you. It don't belong to the city. It doesn't. So once something go wrong after the meter or before the meter, I believe it's after the meter for sure. Once something goes wrong after the meter, you have to fix that yourself. Anything that's up to the pole, I believe the city take care of. So that's why you
Mm.
see in these neighborhoods these days that they bury all these power lines, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
That's the reason why it protects the power lines, so that when older neighborhoods you see all the poles up there, you know, this electrical shock has it for everybody, and it's and but the newer neighborhoods they bury them. That's the reason why. And I think it's like 36 inches underground or something. It's deep. It's deep. That's all I can say.
And so this is a rural house, right? So
Yep.
because he's living off the land, so the poles
Right.
are all up in the trees and the just regular poles. They're not
Right.
even like city poles, right?
Right. Right.
Well, who put the
So
poles up there?
so probably just me knowing a little bit that I know from what you guys was talking about. The city was responsible up to that pole, and wherever that house or building was, after that, up to the pole, and from the uh, pole inwards, he was responsible for that.
Interesting.
And so they're saying, well, we need to put it up safely. So for us to put it up safely, you need to get an inspector or a permit for, maybe a different spot or something like that. It has something to do with
Yep.
permits and stuff. Yeah, and so because they're not going to put it in an unsafe place, but they
Nope.
didn't want to pay for the permits or nothing like that, so they gave it to him to pay for, and he was stuck.
Right. So, like I say, it must have been on that side. You know, there's what they call an easement, right? An
Mm-hmm.
You have
easement,
to
an
turn
easement,
your camera on, Chris, so I can see who you are.
easement is 10 foot. So the pole sits right there on the curb. You got 10 feet inside that pole from the center line of the street to wherever that pole is. That's 10 feet. That's city property. Anything above that easement, whatever it is, that's your property. You got to take care of it.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah. It's unfortunate,
So,
but that's just
and it's unfortunate, especially when you're dealing with like elderly people
right.
and your seniors. And so
Right.
when situations like that happen, it's like, what do you do? It's not like he could just go and get a job because he's senior. And plus, he's all messed up from being wrongly accused, right? So you got
Right.
that part of the story. You got him being an older gentleman. And so, how can, where is this going to come from to fix this man so he can have a place to stay and not sleep in his car?
Right. But like I say, sis, it's more to it than just electricity. They had to go there. They had to see the inside of that building. They had to see what it looked like, and if it was
Mhm.
deemed not livable, that's one of the reasons why they would. Hell, they got houses in the city that's like that right now, and in the city
Mhm.
that I grew up in, they for some reason
Board
they
them
deem
right
them
up.
Yeah, board it up and put that orange sticker on them. It's a wrap. You know what's coming next. Bulldozer. You don't even want to go buy them because you buy them. You try to buy them, and then this is what they do. I'm telling you this is how they do it. So they tell in the older part of the neighborhoods, as in the neighborhoods, the communities that we grew up in, you may have a bunch of houses sitting there, right? And they may be empty and boarded up. But the problem is that what the city wants you to do is you can't once it's inhabitable, you got to tear them down. And guess what? You can't build back on that lot because they passed an ordinance. And I'm using Middletown, where I grew up at. They passed an ordinance that says that the lot is not big enough to put a new house on it. That's some bullshit. that's bullshit in itself, man. So you buy a building, tear down the house, spend several $1,000s tear down the house, and say, okay, I want to build a lot. You can't build on a lot. The lot is not big enough to support a new house. That's gentrification at its best.
Yep.
That's gentrification at its best, for sure.
That's crazy.
That's how they do it. See, like you say, in order to know what's going on, you got to go to them damn city meetings, right? Got to go to them. I've been to a couple of them. I think the last one I went to was last year. It pissed me off. I wanted to go in there and smack a few of them in the head, but I started getting mad. So I said, let me stay out from in here with these people, because the chief of police be there, and some of his little rowdy officers be in there. I mean, so let me get the hell out from in here. But you have to go to these city meetings in your area and hear what's going on. They'll tell you everything that they're trying to do, and they got 5-year plans, they got 10-year plans, they got 15, 20-year plans. It's there. You just have to ask the right questions and go up in there, the city manager's office, to say, hey, what's the plan for 2000 up until 2025 or 35, and they got a plan. It's mostly on their websites too, Yeah, but their gentrification that's gentrification at its best.
That's crazy.
You're right. You're right, Chief. You're right. But that's how they doing it. So you can buy the land and hold the land and pay $30 a year in taxes in it, but you can't build on it. So it sits on the land bank, and the land bank in the county owns it.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So that's why you be seeing these neighborhoods and the houses aren't fixed up, or there'll be these empty lots.
That's it.
It's not because nobody really wants to improve the property. It's because they can't improve the property.
Exactly.
So basically, they're homeless people just living in there. That's what it sounds like to me.
It's a lot of. It's not. I don't know if it's homeless people living in there. Once they put them boards on it, and once the city put them orange stickers on that bad boy, the city is basically doing eminent domain right then. You don't make no changes, they can't contact the homeowner or the property owner. Then the city takes the property, and they'll wait 30 days and they'll tear that shit down. Or sometimes 60 days, it all depends. My buddy, he owned what we call the old VFW in my hometown. It's just joking. He owned it. He only paid $6,000 for it. Some stuff happened, and he came to me late, but he only owed like $3,500 in taxes, man. This was the only one of the last commercial sites in our neighborhood, and he owed them $3,500 in taxes. And they put it in the land bank, and within a week they came in and tore that damn building down. Bulldoze flat.
Wow.
Bulldoze. And this happened this summer. If he had came to me, I'd have gave him a $3,500 and said, hit me up, hit me back when you get it. $3,500. Yeah. They tore that building down. Only commercial site left in the neighborhood. It's a whole hell of a lot of churches, but that was the only commercial site that you could really do something with. They tore it down.
Wow.
And for what reason again?
Eminent domain. He didn't pay taxes on it, and so they don't want. In some neighborhoods, I can't say all neighborhoods, but in some neighborhoods, I remember growing up, and we always had businesses in our neighborhoods. We had gas stations, we had
Corner store.
corner stores, 2 or 3 families owned corner stores. We had Jacksons and Hoods, and it was a bunch of corner stores. Man, listen, laundromats. Man, when I grew up, when I left here and when I left Ohio at 18 and come back, man, all that shit was gone. Gone.
Damn.
They tore down the stores. They had built the gas station in the late 70s, and they tore it down. There wasn't nothing wrong with it. They just tore it down. So that's part of gentrification. What they was doing was they was forcing the indigenous people to come out the community and spend their money with everybody else. That was the plan. And today, some neighborhoods, I can't say it in because I'm not in the big cities like in Cincinnati or Dayton. Well, I live close to them, but at the end of the day, that's what happens, And like y'all say,
thing that happened in Chicago like that.
Yeah,
All
the mom and
they
pop
had tore
stores.
down like the large buildings like the Robert Taylor homes and stuff like that in Chicago, and moved all those people out to the suburbs.
Mm-hmm. They moved them out to the suburbs.
Like 5,000 people.
And so what they do with the property, they tore it down. They're going to build a lot of other shit on there. Now nobody can afford it, probably. That's how they do. It's all a game. It's all a game.
That's terrible.
It is.
What do they call that? Redistricting?
Gentrification.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that they redistrict the money.
I don't know if that's redistricting the money. I don't know about that. I don't know that term.
Hold up. Y'all coming in, smash the like, please.
But like I say, they sending funds, that fund that would been spent in that area is going out to these businesses on the outskirts.
Right.
Yeah. When we talk about financial literacy and money, our money.
He's talking about the good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We can't hear you, Kurt. You must be saying something real good.
Still here.
Oh, now I can hear you. Yeah, please smash the like when you come in.
So when you look at on an economical base of our communities, right? Our money only circulates in our communities in so-called, I hate to say the word, indigenous, black. I just say indigenous communities only circulate in the community 6 times. Every other community circulates 12, and the Jews circulate 19 times before it leaves the city, leaves that area. So what do we have in our communities? A bunch of churches, a bunch of barbershops. Nothing of substance. And we got VFWs and American Legions, but that's nothing of substance, right? So we're never putting any money back, generating any tax money, putting it back in our neighborhoods. This is how they do it. So they did what they did in the 70s. That Dane Calloway said something powerful. When we desegregated, our shit got jacked up. For real. He said that, it got jacked up because now we don't have the mom and pops that we used to have. And the kids don't want to take it over because they figure it's a headache. And so it just goes to the wayside. So we have to be able to put our money back in our communities, and without any really solid businesses in our communities, the community is, as Chief say, she say the hood. It's the hood. That's because it's that's the truth. It's the hood. I say communities, but you know what I mean. It's just the hood because all people do is go get up, go to work, leave out the community, come back in, go to the grocery store out the community, You know, in some communities, not all communities, but in some communities, some communities, that's just the way it is. That's how it's set up. So no wealth is really being generated inside that community. None.
Mm.
And then Negroes, as we know, Negroes want to go out and spend $350, $400 on a goddamn pair of tennis shoes like that. Don't even get me started on that shit. Tennis shoes, buying Nike tennis shoes instead of going buying the goddamn stock. Put the money that you're gonna pay for 2 pair of tennis shoes in the stock. Now you're getting the dividend back. You gotta look at things different in a perspective. Anything that you sending your money to, T-Mobile, Verizon, Nike, Gooch, or whatever company is being publicly traded, instead of buying the material, you go buy the stock and hold on to the stock because the stock is going to go up. But we don't think like that. We had a how you say it? What's that?
Well, a lot of our people don't know about it.
Yeah, quick needs. I'm gonna get gratification from me buying this stuff. I did the same thing until I learned. I'm like, shit, let me go on Robinhood and buy me 2 pieces of stock. Let me go to these free sites and buy me some shit and put my money into the shit that I know that's gonna grow. You know, that's all we got to do collectively.
A lot of people invest in toilet paper.
Yeah. Oh,
definitely need that.
So Procter Gamble. Procter Gamble is one of them. All the women in America should own stock in Procter Gamble or Kimberly Clark. Why? Because you use their products. I'm just saying. I'm trying to hip you to the game. I'm trying to hip you.
Mm-hmm.
It's more the way. It's more the one.
Our people were never taught to invest like that.
Right.
They were never included in civil things like that to do.
You're right. But you have we have an interest in a lot of stuff, right? A lot of us have interest in a lot of stuff, but a lot of us won't take the time and look and say, well, how do you invest? I don't play the options because I'm scared about that shit. If I put $10,000 up on the option and I lose $10,000 in 10 seconds, I'm pissed. I'm sick. I ain't got the balls to do that, but I got the balls to go ahead and buy Nikola Tesla, buy some BlackRock, buy some stock. I know how to do that because I just played with it until I finally got it. So our people, we should push owning material stuff like stock. If not stock, buy you some gold. If not gold, buy you some silver. If not silver, buy you some damn cryptocurrency, because I'm telling you, it's going to be more millionaires made in 2024 than it is in the previous years from cryptocurrency. All you got to do is set up an account and buy it. It ain't hard to do. I learned the little bit I know. I did it and made a few mistakes. I lost some cryptocurrency that I'm still waiting to get back.
I would never invest in that. That is a ripoff.
No, sis, it's just because you don't know. Don't say it's a ripoff. Don't say it's a ripoff. I lost $1.2 million in a stock in a crypto chain exchange. Don't sell me. It's not a ripoff. The crypto exchange got hacked. I bought Dogecoin. Now check this out. I bought 6 million Dogecoin.
Do you really believe it got hacked?
They stole your money.
No, what happened was, yes, it got hacked. And so they shut the website down. Right now, I'm still waiting to recoup my money back. And they sent me a text message today, an email today saying, hey, this company wants to buy your shares. And so this is how they did it. They said they want to buy it with 0.8 zeros, right? What they meaning is 0.000000001. They want to buy it for what I bought it at 10 years ago, right? I bought Dogecoin when it was 0.0000001 a share, less than a penny a piece. Do you know Dogecoin shot up to 73 cents? I had 6 million of them. 73 cents, do the math. It ain't hard. But I couldn't get my money because they hacked that son of a gun.
You believe that?
Sis, it's in the lawsuit. It's in the law,
All that stuff is fake.
sis. You just don't say
You
that.
could.
That's
Oh,
you just don't know. You can't say that. You say
okay,
I
okay.
don't know, but
Hey,
don't
curious,
say it's fake. Yes, sir.
curious. Have you ever heard of Sam Bankman-Fried?
The white boy that did the
FTX?
yeah, he ripped him off. He sure did. But he was money. We can't say that.
Yeah, don't
we
do that. You know,
yeah, yeah.
I'm just bringing that up as a reference. You know why I'm
Yeah,
bringing it up, though.
yeah. But he was doing other stuff for multi-billionaires. Got to see it, right?
Don't talk about it.
Don't
Yeah,
talk
you got
about it.
yeah. But you got to see the bigger picture. The bigger picture is he's a scapegoat for
Say Cherokee.
all them.
No, I was just using that analogy to how you said that they shut down the website real quick, you know, and
Right.
then instead of them turning it back on, you dig, they want to send you a little chump email talking about some, hey man, we know what you bought it for, let us get it from you.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
what I
no.
was looking at. That's why I
Yeah,
brought him up, type deal.
yeah. No, I'm not selling mine. They're gonna give me what it's worth. I'm not selling it. I can wait 2 years. It ain't if money. It ain't an issue to me. I'm not craving money. I'm not chasing it. I'm waiting until they pay it out the right way. They just sent me an email today behind that.
You
Oh
understand
yeah,
what I'm driving at, though?
yeah. I know they trying to get it for less than it's gonna be worth. They know
Right.
it's gonna be worth more 2 years from now than it
No,
is
this year.
today. Yeah,
This year.
yeah.
It's gonna be this year. That's why they
Yeah.
sending that to you right
Oh
now.
yeah, bro.
See, I
Nah,
do
bro.
the same stuff, but I do
I'm
it
smart.
on a different scale.
Right. I'm
You know what I'm
intelligent
saying?
enough. Yeah, I'm intelligent enough to know the whole what I got. I'm intelligent. When that happened to me, I tell you now, when that happened to me, bro, I took all my cryptocurrency offline. I bought me one of those personal wallets. I took it offline. It's locked up in my safe right now. All of it. It won't happen again. I won't
Yeah,
lose my.
That's
because me and
Go
that
ahead,
my
sounds
wife,
sis.
like
we
that.
did good with
That
GameStop. We did real good
you
with
know,
GameStop.
Yep.
it sounds like that eminent domain stuff you were talking about earlier. It's like they took your money and they say, "Well, we'll give you just pennies
A
on the dollar."
taste.
That sounds, yeah.
That's what
Well,
it's. That's
that's what they do when they take you home. Anyway, when they want
Would
it
you-
for public, when they
Yep.
want to
Right.
take it by eminent domain, they give you what the house is
fair market
worth,
value.
the fair
Fair
market
market value.
value,
Right.
and that's what the fight be with people.
That's what it be with people. You're right. Fair market value.
I mean,
And you know
if
what's so
they,
crazy?
I see,
This
if they come on you with eminent domain, you never owned the house
Well, and
or the land.
that's the truth though. Because most people's titles and deeds are done as a tenant anyway. You just got to read it.
Yeah,
You don't got what is it called? Lodial title. Lodial title means owner forever and forever. You don't have that. You have tenant status. That's why they call you a resident. It's all in the words that they use. Residents. That's a transient person. It's a game because
yeah.
they can't own the land, so they don't want you to be in your right status. They don't want you to be in right status because they don't own the land. All you gotta do is break it up.
Masquerading like they own the land.
That's right. All you gotta do is break over that Black's Law Dictionary and this UCC. I tell you the books that I read all the time. We get that one book out. Oh, I got Black's Law Dictionary, and I got a what's the name of that book? Oh, that ain't the one. Where's my book at? Oh, here it is. I got a Black's Law Dictionary, and I got the United States Code Title 15 annotated commercial and trade volume. What is that? Volume 5 and 7. I have it. 5 of 7. Because you got to understand the game. It's a game. Once you start reading the books, you'll understand. Like, well, fudge. That's why they do that shit. That's why they put residence, makes you a resident and make you a tenant. Because you can't never own nothing like that. It's all in the contract.
And it's to my understanding, just like with a car, a home, once it's been occupied, once it's occupied, it does decrease in value. That's where they try to keep you to keep making upgrades to your home to keep it at a certain level because of the property value or neighborhood value, how they deem each house on a block to substantiate how much in that row of that block those homes will cost.
Generate is for to generate taxes, right? Although your house, because you live in it, it depreciates. Yes,
Right.
but because of the market value in the neighborhood, it increases in value. Right. So when say for instance you set up a home based business, first thing you do is put your house as your home based business. You put your house as a home based business, and then you got a tax write off. And the first thing it asks you when you're doing your so called taxes, it says, do you want to take depreciation on your home? Well, hell yeah. It's just lowering your tax break what's that called, tax rate.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they do it. But the properties increases. That's why they make you. Some people live in these. If I tell you, some people live in these damn. We live in these. Some people live in the communities that have HOA fees. There's a reason why you have HOA fees. All right. They maintain the interest. They do the flowers. They do this. They do that. Blah blah boom. And that causes, because you got to pay that HOA fee, however much it is. Now your property value is going to guarantee that it's going to increase over 5 years, 6 years, 7 years. It's going to increase because you got beautification going on always in the neighborhood.
Yep. I never did sign. I will never get under no homeowners association. Not never.
Well, you're right, and I was just telling my wife that a couple weeks ago. I'm like, man, we should have never moved in this fucking neighborhood. Excuse my language, Chief. I mean,
they're a tad bit controlling. They're controlling just a tad bit.
Yep, I should have never moved into it. I told her, I said, man, I should have went on with my first instinct, bought me some couple acres of land, and have them build us a house off the side of the road somewhere. I told her that. Just told her that. So because you play these games and these people be doing they call the homeowners association. And man, it's crazy living in one neighborhood like that, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I didn't mean to come in and take over. I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
No.
Chief.
You're completely fine, Chief Curtis.
Yeah, I run my mouth. I'm sorry.
Look, you talked up so
now
much. It's 914 people in here trying
Wow.
to hear what you're saying.
Wow.
And
Wow.
now I know I need to go to Robinhood and get me some stocks, because now you could do it yourself on these apps. So
Yeah, and just test it out. Buy you a couple pieces. It ain't, like I say, if you using Colgate, you using freaking Don and all these, you better go buy the stock in that company, because they're gonna pay you a dividend every year. You reinvest your dividend, and then reinvest your dividends every quarter, and then just reinvest them and keep letting it add up to another piece of stock. That's how simple it is. Go to Robinhood, one of the free platforms. I believe you can go Fidelity. Well, they may have a trader fee, but I believe you can go to Fidelity and do the same thing. Set up an account for Fidelity, transfer you some money in there, and just figure out, talk about buying the stock, and you can call a number and they'll walk you through how to buy it. Hell, if Chief want to, we'll do a quick walkthrough, and I can show you how to buy a damn stock in a piece of stock in one of the Zooms, if that's what Chief want to do.
No, if you want to do it, Chief Curtis.
Hey, I'll show you. Because I've been dibbling dabbling for a while, and I'll show you how to. We can set up a Zoom and just set up a Zoom class. Like I say, and it ain't hard to do. We can buy one piece of stock, and it's easy. So anyway, so when y'all was talking about slavery too, what was that about? Because I was driving when y'all was talking about slavery. I couldn't. My damn car is loud, so I couldn't. Y'all was talking about slavery.
before you guys move on, I'm agreement with Sammy. I like that idea of your Zoom call. So just let us know.
Okay, we'll set it up next couple of weeks then. Shit,
Well, we
ain't no
got a
big.
meeting on the
After our
7th,
meeting, yeah. After our meeting.
On the 7th. Well,
After our meeting. Whatever day you set it up on, she'll announce it. Then
it's gonna have to be on a Sunday.
Okay.
I think that's the best day.
Okay. We can discuss it and we'll go through it.
How many people should we allow in?
Whoever, if you want to do 5 or 6, 20 or 30, whatever. I don't know how much Zoom hold, but
We hold 5,000 in our Zoom.
oh shit.
You want a podcast?
Hell no, I don't want no podcast. Not Curtis, not me.
You do a podcast.
Hell no.
You have to have your camera on the whole time.
Oh no. Nah, we'll do something simple. We'll do something simple, whatever. If some
Hey,
people
Smoke.
they want to get in, we can get in. We do it.
So they was trying to they were harassing Dane, Cuba, and them, the Pan Africans, calling his phone 3 a.m. in the morning.
That's some real nigga shit right there. I hate to say it.
Where he came on their panel because they were calling him from what I'm hearing. And so he got on the panel and shut all of them down.
At this point, I don't know why these guys still trying to hold on out of this out of Africa theory and that we all evolved from Africa. I just don't get it. It's sort of sick at this. Well, I do get it because I got some family members how say the same thing. Oh, we came from Africa. I said, well, okay, I use common sense. Which one of your grandparents told you came from Africa? That's it.
Crickets.
Just like it is now.
Over.
If your ancestors ain't told you and ain't passed down no goddamn African traditions, your ass is not from Africa.
Bingo. That's all that means.
It don't take hard. It ain't rocket science.
Y'all know Curtis is 1970 mean 6th grade teacher.
You silly cheat. I ain't no damn mean 6th grade teacher. You called me that before. That's terrible.
Y'all remember the mean 6th grade teacher?
I may be a 7th grade teacher, gym teacher being mean, but
yeah.
Grade teacher from the 6th grade.
Everybody had one.
The teacher that make you stay after school.
Yeah, you gonna write on this blackboard.
See,
yeah.
you already know.
but yeah, if nobody in your family told you come from Africa, man, you need to shake that shit off and figure out where your folks come from. The one thing that I can say that we all say, do your own genealogy. That's it.
But Curtis, they said that it doesn't matter what your family said. So even though your family didn't tell you that you were African, and they probably told you that you were some sort of somebody's Indian, right? They're saying because the stranger at school told you that you were from Africa without knowing anything about you, that's who you're supposed to believe. So I don't know.
Yeah, let that make sense.
You're not supposed to go about what your family said, right?
Well, let me tell you what happened to my little nephew in school. Now, he is mulatto. He was in 4th grade, right? And his teacher told him that he was white and that his grandmother was not his mother. She was his grandmother. And he got livid. He was only in 4th grade. Now he only knew. Let me see. I just want to make sure that ain't no porn bomb person.
Wow.
Let me see you. Oh, okay. Are you a real person? You're not gonna flash. You're not gonna flash us, are you?
People be doing that shit for real.
Yes.
That's some stupid stuff.
Culture, you're not gonna flash us. We don't want to see no peepees. Well, I seen his face, so
The age of ignorance is over.
And so Now, all he ever knew as his mom was my grandmother, who is really his grandmother. And honey, you all think I'm horrible. When I get upset, my mother takes the cake. She went up to that school and flipped out on them people on that school
Mm.
because he came home crying. And I mean, for a teacher to tell him that it was wrong. He's mulatto, but he had more of his European features. But he came home crying, and he's cried to my mother. That's my mother's baby, even though it's her nephew. And he said, Aunt Diane, they said I'm white and Granny's not my mom. Oh, it's just so painful. She went up to that school and flipped out on them people so bad. It was like crazy.
Wow.
And then she he she that was the next day because she took him to school and flipped out and told him and put them people in this place. And they calmed her down and she wiped his eyes, and that boy never had no problems in school ever again.
Wow.
He
I can
cried and
almost hear
kissed
what
him.
she said.
Yeah, he's how old is Danny now? 40, 40. Wait, that nigga about 50. I think he's 50 now.
I can hear the opening line to that. Who the F is you to tell my anything, anything?
Oh, she flipped out. That my nephew Danny is her baby. He's all our baby. And but she kissed him, and now my mother has the dementia and Alzheimer's. It's just killing him. Now Curtis don't fell off. What's up, Golden Culture? Now what happened to Curtis?
I think he must have fell off.
I needed to ask you a question. Damn. Golden Culture, hello. Unmute your mic. Hello, everybody. Smash the like. I'm not wild today. Do they want to see me go wild? I'm not gonna go crazy today. Golden Culture, what's wrong with your phone, bruh? Your mic is muted.
Can you hear me?
Oh, now I can. What's up?
Hey, what's up, Sister Bethany? I
What's
love
up?
you. I love you. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
I'm just listening to everything that you have up on this site, and I'll digress and sit back and listen to everything you have to say. But I love your content. Keep
Thank
going.
you.
Keep going, sister.
That's so sweet of you to say, brother.
I'll mute.
I don't know what else to say. Isn't this what you gonna talk about?
Hello.
Yep.
Okay. I would love to talk about Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3,
Uh
and I'll
oh.
mute.
Oh God.
Sister Bethany, let's discover that, please.
What?
It has a lot to do with what you're talking about.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3 deals with states, and it deals with foreign, and it also deals with Indian tribes. Hey,
Yeah,
there we go, Indies.
correct. I agree.
So, as doing commerce, and I can't wait till you get on that topic as far as rules and regulations dealing with the United States dealing with those entities. And I love this subject. Great subject. Great subject because
Um,
you're dealing with
I
a.
have a question. Excuse me. I have a question. Who are the several states?
Well, if you look up it, what the what the United States terminology of what a state is, then you will know, what I mean, exactly what is states. So the states are, they were so beautiful at putting this stuff together. Was It's almost, I almost want to applaud them. You know what I'm saying? Because when you're dealing with a state, when you're dealing with states, it's almost like a states, sister. If you can you explain?
Well, basically, when it comes to the several states, it doesn't comprise commerce of the District of Columbia or the territories of the United States. That's what it's talking about.
Okay, I agree.
Bas- Basically, in a nutshell,
I agree.
they're
Sister Bethany,
they're truly talking about just the United States.
how
As
they
far as
supposed.
just the United States, as in Washington D.C., like I'm just
No, it
confused
doesn't
about.
comprise. No,
Okay,
it doesn't. It doesn't comprise of District of Columbia or the
okay,
territories. It's just the 50 states.
I
That's it.
agree. I agree.
That's it. Just the 50 states.
May I proceed?
Sure.
So, so when I look at that Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3,
Hmm.
and they have their rules and regulations how they supposed to deal with people who are nationals, who are states, who are Indians. And I looked at the rules and I'm like, okay, this is how they supposed to
Well,
deal. Mhm.
well, I wouldn't say. Uh, I truly wouldn't say. Well, foreign nationals, yes. Not, not. You're talking about if you made yourself a foreign national,
Yes, sister, you got it right.
an individual foreign national,
Hmm.
which nobody wants to be.
Nobody, not from here.
When you're talking, they're not nationals, nations,
Yes.
not nationals.
So let's proceed with what you're talking about. What you were talking about, Canada, and we're going to go into Canada. I think I my perception of it is that it was a it was a written contract. It wasn't no bloodshed. I think it was more to say to where as though they were trying to contract with Canada, and by them contracting with Canada, which led them into the union.
Who
What
tried
you
to
think?
contract with Canada?
The United States corporation.
I'm not understanding what you mean.
Because if the United if we look at Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3,
Mhm.
then they're doing commerce. Am I correct?
Correct.
So if they're doing commerce and they're trying to get everybody into their subjugation, to be subjugated in their commerce, then everybody,
Everybody like who? Are you talking about citizens or who are you talking about?
everybody to join citizens as a citizen,
Well, each state has its citizens.
which has uh their own constitution. Am I correct?
Yes, that cannot be in conflict with the United States Constitution.
Thank you. I let you travel and I land my plane. I land my plane and we'll travel from there.
What?
I ain't gonna leave.
What?
I ain't gonna
It's
lay.
the
I'm gonna lay
truth.
my plane there.
But it's the truth.
It is definitely the truth, and everybody could read it. It's there.
Yeah, it's there. Each state has a constitution. They had to, the constitution had to be, before they could even rejoin the United States, or AKA the Union,
Hmm.
their constitutions couldn't be in conflict with the U.S. Constitution.
Absolutely,
So they wouldn't be a state if their constitution conflicted with the United States. They wouldn't have got admitted
absolutely.
as a state.
Yes,
So they were smart enough to make sure they pretty much duplicated it.
you're correct. And I remember I had sent to you the commerce laws, and that's the same thing with commerce. So we're operating with them through commerce. Am I correct? Under that article?
Who is us individually?
No, according to contract, according to Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3, it's the commerce clause. And I know you've
Correct.
seen it. Yes,
I
it's
know it.
commerce.
Article 1, Section 8.
Yeah,
I know
so
that.
yeah, so it's like trying to pick. Okay, am I a
That's what the state to the U.S. central
yes,
government, to the central government, not the individual person. Your state has jurisdiction over you.
yes. So if we understand the terminology of
I
state,
see you, hun.
and then we understand the terminology of Indian, and then we understand we overstand the terminology of foreign. We're not foreign because we're Aboriginal or Indigenous
Foreign trade.
American. Yes,
That's other countries.
yes. So if I was to fall into any of that within the Article 8, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3, that means that I am the Aboriginal or indigenous person, which is the Indian. So I fall into those regulations that fit me and my children, or me and my wife,
Well,
or
as
me
an
and my
indi-
family.
I see
as
where
a
he going.
Excuse
okay,
Okay.
me, excuse
I
me.
see where he going.
Salute,
you got it, smoke.
salute.
Hey, smoke. Y'all hit the like button.
What's up, Smoke?
Hey, smoke.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be allowed to talk about this subject matter as if though it's monolithic, right? When it comes to the United States, right, we know that from a commercial aspect that it is indeed a corporation, right? And we know from a nationalistic standpoint that it could be considered a nation. With that being said, maybe it couldn't be considered a nation. Who's to say? Who has been delegated the authority for discretion when it comes to these matters? Is it the United States or is it the American people? See, these are the type of questions you got to ask yourself. I view the United States as a quasi nationalistic corporation. Is there anyone in objection to my views?
I'm not objecting.
No, I agree that it is
Okay,
a
so well,
quasi.
let me ask you a question then.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you a question then. So, if the United States is considered to be a foreign corporation, would a foreign national actually be foreign, or would he just be foreign to the United States, occupying space as a foreign nation? So you got to consider all this. But go ahead, the floor is yours.
Okay, as I land, before I land, we could never be foreign to this land. We are the indigenous people here. But if you
That's
look at
I
their
don't
terminology,
I don't think that's what he's asking you, Golden Culture.
okay, travel, Sister Bethy,
Well, let me clarify for him a little bit. Is the United
Okay.
States foreign to this land?
it's a corporation.
As a
That's
corporation,
not
is it foreign to this land?
Yes, it is foreign.
Okay, so if you consider yourself a foreign
I'm not
national.
foreign.
Hold on, wait a minute. Just brother, calm the passion. It's just a question. Right?
Okay.
You're not going to jail for participating in this conversation, my nigga. Calm down. If the United States is a foreign corporation and you are in alignment with the United States as a foreign corporation, does that or does that not imply that you are indeed foreign?
No, I could never be foreign.
But the United States can be, right?
Yeah, they said in the Article 1 section they deal with foreigners, and yeah.
So if you are a citizen of a foreign corporation, brother, would you or would you not be considered foreign?
Well, I agree with you if you're setting up a foreign trustee, a foreign trust to them. I agree with you. If you're setting up a foreign trust, absolutely.
Right, I'm just saying all things must be considered when we make these statements, right? Because it lends credence. It lends credence to the possibility that we can all be considered foreign if we find ourselves in the wrong jurisdiction. And I think that's how they got it set up to keep us in a trick bag, right? So when you see the word foreign, it doesn't always mean away from the land. It could just mean away from the United States as a foreign corporation. So you got to weigh your options when it comes to these matters. I relinquish, bro.
Okay, so let me. I agree with you, brother. So yes, you are foreign. You aren't a foreigner in your own nation, but what I will say is that you could be possibly foreign to their whatever the United States set up. And if you're foreign to it, I don't never want to be foreign to it because I don't mean to cuss on this platform because God damn it, we help y'all set up every goddamn thing. I'm not foreign to nothing. It was my damn forefathers who gave you the ability to set up an agenda that you took advantage of and used it for commerce under the commerce law, and you infiltrated and came in, found the sneaky ass way to get us into this bullshit. Now, I'm not gonna blame I'm not gonna blame my ancestors, and I'm not gonna blame the so-called white folks, but damn it, you are held accountable because we gave you a place so you could have us and everybody else that you bring here a right, a God-given right to pursue things in commerce correctly. Not just correctly, but just rightfully. But I like the beautiful thing that our people brought up as far as the Iroquois Confederation, or what you say, the setting up of the 13 tribes of the confederations, how we was to get peace going with each other instead of warring against each other. I love that part. But secondly, it worked out fine. It's just we forgot how to read and comprehend what we set up. And that's what I love about Sister Bethy, because Sister Bethy drives us back into what we set up and how they copied it and then moved it into their area and have us into this commerce world which we set up, and how to operate throughout this world. It's commerce because we set up commerce law, but they just flipped it. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3.
Yeah, how about we pull it up? See if we can't give it a review real
Travel,
quick. How much
brother.
time we got, Sister Betty?
Yeah, I love to talk about that. Let's travel.
Yeah, let's explore the complexities
Yes,
of
sir. Let's travel.
this language that's being utilized in these articles when it
Let's
comes to the
travel.
supreme law of the land.
Yes, sir. Because it definitely is it definitely is the what they say. I'm not religious, but they say I mean, you travel they travel with that they travel with it in the Bible and in the Quran, whatever they call it, all that bull crap. I'm not religious, but I follow.
Well, I'm fully of the opinion that when these people infiltrated our system, right? Because I'm not saying it's their system. I'm saying when they infiltrated our system, they changed what we colloquially understand as honor, and to the point where we find ourselves in dishonor. And they also changed what we colloquially understand as competent to suppose that we are incompetent. And they base this on some other factors that vary. So it's quite confusing when you're trying to piece it all back together. I think that's where we find ourselves at the moment. What y'all
I
think
agree.
about that?
I agree.
Well, I don't know who wants to go next. What is it that you want to know?
Well, it seems that he's has a certain affinity for what it is, Article 1, Section 3. That what you said?
Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3.
Yeah. Can we let's review that real quick? I'm not familiar with it.
Well,
I'm
it
not a
says,
It's a beautiful sight.
well, it says the Congress shall have power to regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states and with the Indian tribes. That's what it is.
okay. Say that again. Let me see if I can grasp some comprehension.
Congress
Yeah.
shall have the Congress shall have power to regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the several states and with the Indian tribes.
Okay, Congress should have power to do what?
To regulate commerce with foreign nations and among the
Okay, they
several
have
states
so
and
that
with the
power.
Indian tribes. So they have the power over foreign nations of doing business with the business which is trading and things of that nature. Congress has the power to regulate that process with foreign nations, all the 50 states, and with the Indian tribes. They also have federal criminal jurisdiction over all of them too.
I got it pulled up, Sister Bethy.
No, it's cool. She broke it down quite well. I think that clause right there is largely dependent on the power to regulate.
They do. They have the power to regulate. That's why they have the central government.
Yeah,
The
let's look up
United
regulate. Let's look up regulate in its legal meaning. Because I want to know. I want to comprehend how much power that is
to govern or direct according to rule, to
to
bring under
govern.
to govern, direct, to govern or direct according to rule, to bring under the control of law or constituted authority. We have Constitution, our U.S. Constitution is the constitutional authority of Congress. Congress acts by the U.S. Constitution. And It gives Congress the authority to govern and direct and to bring under control. That's pretty much what it means.
Okay,
A
I'm not finding
regulation,
it.
okay, a
I'm not,
regulation is it's an official rule. And the
Mm-hmm.
government certain administrative agencies have a narrow authority to control conduct within their areas of responsibility. The
okay,
agency,
so can we find out? Can we find out who who does Congress who does Congress answer to? Can we find that
no,
out?
they don't answer to anyone. What it is, Congress, it's a branch of government. It has the all the power. The power is in Congress. They answer to no one. What they have is you have Congress. They all their laws are interpreted by the 9 Supreme Court justices. Okay, you have just like you have on your state level, you have your executive branch, judicial branch, and legislative branch. At the congressional level, you have Congress, right, which makes the federal laws. You have judicial, okay, and you have their cabinet, which enforce. They make the federal laws at the federal level, and their law when the 9 Supreme Court justices interpret federal law, it becomes the supreme law of the land. So each state is literally set up like the federal government. It's just that it's at the state level. Now the difference is this: if the states have their executive branch, which is enforced by the um, governor, then we have the legislative branch, which are our lawmakers of our local state, our senators and reps. And then you have the judicial branch, who interprets, that's all they do. They interpret the law of the legislator. So if someone feels that a policy of a state agency or a law is in conflict with the Constitution, they have a right to appeal it at their state court. They can start at the state level, but then it'll go to then they could take it to the district court, and the district court can deem it constitutional or unconstitutional because the district court goes by the U.S. Constitution. All district courts are federal courts.
Isn't it a beautiful thing?
You have your state courts and you have your federal courts. When you hear district courts, those are federal courts.
Federal.
So that's why you see a lot of attorneys will appeal decisions always at the trial level in state courts because they're always wrong. States always wanted to do what they wanted to do. They never wanted a central government. So they do a lot of deceitful things by passing laws, and a lot of times when the law is given to the particular state agency to make, they make policies, and a lot of times their policies are in conflict of what their local legislator passed. So when that happens, most attorneys take it to court to get it deemed unconstitutional. Because there's a lot of times that policies are passed in local states and they're unconstitutional to their own constitution. All the time, lawyers stay in um, court regarding policies that these state agencies make, and they just go right to court, and the court determines if a policy a particular state agency made is in conflict with their state constitution.
Sister Beth, are you a rapper? You rapping to him like
What?
No, I'm not a rapper. I wish I was, but no. But as far as Smoke, I know you said that you wanted to know if the United States is a corporation.
Foreign corporation.
It's not. It's a federal republic. That's what it really is.
Yeah.
It's a federal republic with a government structure defined by its constitution and laws. It's a federal republic. Like, you know how the South was? They were Confederate states. It's really like that. But it's a federal republic. It's a republic. Federal republic. And if you want to go any further, oh, I'm sorry, were you going to say something?
Yes, I wanted to ask you a question.
So
If you could,
I just want to, let me ask you this one question real quick. So as a republic, right?
Yes.
It's bound by the power vested in the people.
Correct.
Yeah, it's bound by the citizens.
Correct.
All right, that's kind of paradoxical if you ask me, because most people are under the impression that they are subject as citizens to the United States and not actual shareholders who have a vested interest in such said republic. Just something to ponder. I really
so if you had interest in
but
it,
if you say that, then you might as well say that it's the people's fault for putting these people in the positions that they are right now.
Thank you, brother.
No, I wouldn't say it was their fault for putting them in a position. I would say they fault for putting them in a position and not holding them to their fiduciary obligations. I would say I'll have to clarify it completely. It's not a fault for having representation, because we understand that the government has its purpose, which is to protect the interests of the citizens. But if you don't hold them to their obligations, then you become at fault by default. I'll relinquish.
You're yes. Yeah. But like I said, I still have to put it back on those back on us. I have to put it back on us, because throughout time they have shown us that this is not no one or two party system. Actually, it's a uniparty. That's what it is. These people have been getting rich off the backs of people for God knows how long. So at this point, and what we're seeing right now, I really blame us, because we allowed people to vote in a manner to where they didn't even know the candidate and what they was truly trying to do. Of course, politicians sell dreams, and when they get in office, they totally change. I get that. Do we hold them to the fire? Some states do, some states don't. You know.
That's why I challenge everybody to look up terminology of the word state, and then you will see where you exist inside of there. If you are, or if you ain't a state. And I land my plane there.
Yeah, well, state is kind of obscure and vague in its definition. I think it's intended that way. So whoever has been delegated the authority to use discretion can play with it whenever a state, so-called, is being challenged. I relinquish.
So are you challenged every time somebody sends you a notice? I land my plane there.
Well, seeing as how I have elected to go off the grid, I really don't even receive notices, bro. Like, yeah, I mean, I
Well,
receive no notices to challenge. Like, I
but
don't even use my documentation.
right, but the state has authority to enforce rules. So yeah, the state will send you a notice if not in compliance, I would say. But that goes to jurisdiction and stuff like that.
Okay, but if they send you a notice that is implying that you do something unlawfully, you can always rebut that notice, correct?
Yeah, you go to court.
All right, so that means really you're not under state jurisdiction.
The state will prove a case against you. You have to defend yourself.
Right. If you're whatever, okay. If you go in one state, right, and you commit a crime, that state has jurisdiction over you to prosecute you. They're not going to ship you to Connecticut and say, hey, he shot somebody in my state. Now, let's say you shot somebody in Texas and you live in Connecticut and you shoot him and you come to Connecticut. They're going to ship you to
Extradite.
Texas, right? To Texas to do your crime because Connecticut can't try you for the crime. However, they can hold it because it's a criminal offense. The person may elect and say, you don't have jurisdiction over me. This crime was committed in another state. So they'll ship your ass to that state. You're not going to get out of it. You're going to jail.
So, Sister Bethy, what I would say is that you have civil law and you have criminal law.
Correct.
So everything else is
criminal law and the district court.
Yes, I agree.
Well, they have it in state court too. That's why people get tried if the say like the state drops the case, the feds could pick it up.
Yes, they can.
Because it could be a federal crime too. And a lot of times the feds will drop it and the state will pick it up.
Yeah, because if you stay in a Commonwealth state, both parties can drop something against you and the state will pick it up and charge some damn body.
Yes.
Commonwealth.
So let's deal with the subject of state what I call state constitutions. And everybody need to understand where they live at and what is their state constitutional law, and then understand that a federal law, you know what I'm saying, federal law under Article 1, Section 8, Clause 3. I hate to keep mentioning this, but you know what I'm saying, they have to fall within that. And that state has to agree with the United States corporation, the laws that are implemented within that state. And if they don't implement within a state, then they don't know how to get out.
That depends on what you're talking about because
Yeah,
there is
absolutely.
there
Absolutely.
is
But you can break
the
state law
Tenth
and not
Amendment,
break federal law.
The Tenth
Mhm.
Amendment, because a lot of laws aren't under federal, and that's why they have the Tenth Amendment. Any hereby
And this
laws
is the Negro problem.
is held designated to the states.
Yes, I
Right.
agree. I agree.
Yeah.
It's
Because
the
you
Negro
can
So
problem.
violate. Go ahead, Isna.
is the law of the several states, is that the same thing as saying federal law?
No, it's
Mm-mm.
not because the laws that our legislators pass are not always the same laws in federal um, court, and they get away by doing that by the Tenth Amendment. Now, how you'll know if it's a problem is if a law is placed on you, a particular law. Let's just make up something. Let's say that all brown girls got to go to jail if they wear red shoes. Okay. And they want to give you 20 years in prison. Now, an attorney can come, I'm using this just as a funny example. The attorney can say, oh, that's unconstitutional. It's in conflict with the United States Constitution. You can't do that. So they could take it to court. Take it to court. And the justices can say that it's either constitutional or they're going to deem it constitutional or unconstitutional. That's what the Supreme Court justices do. They'll say, oh, that's definitely unconstitutional. It's in conflict with the Constitution because the Constitution says you can wear any pair of color sneakers you want and you won't have to go to jail. But Connecticut makes a law and says all brown girls that wear red shoes get 20 years in prison. And the U.S. Constitution at the federal level says you can wear any damn color sneakers you want. It is deemed unconstitutional because they tried to put you in jail for 10 years for wearing red sneakers.
So
You
can
get
I
it? You
say?
get it? You
So
get
can
it?
I? Yes. So can
So
I say?
that
Okay.
kind of helps the people in the state from being subjected to unusual and cruel punishment and all that kind of shit.
Can I? Can I? So what I would say is that, can I talk, Sister Bethy?
Oh, yeah.
So what I would say to folks is that, to put it in layman terms, is that, hey, you are the creditor. You're not the debtor. You bring forth everything to exist in life. So you, as the people, and understanding the Constitution and understanding the state to how far they can go. You know what I'm saying? Don't give them that much power. Give them enough power to where, as though you understand that, hey, state, whoever we bring into your and bring into our existence, hey, we are the people. This is what we're signing to be, and what ain't to be.
Well, no,
Mhm.
that's the problem right there.
Go ahead.
People in YouTube teaching that it's wrong. That's why people are going to jail, golden culture. They gave you a whole new understanding of powers within within the state that has jurisdiction over you. That's not how it works. You have these crafty people teaching you guys this stuff, and it's not right. That's why they tell you to get a lawyer. They make it seem like, yes, we the people have the power, but we the people also vote in senators and representatives to represent us. And they pass these laws for us. Now, this is why you have the right. to challenge state law. That's where you exercise the power in you. When there's laws that's passed and you feel that it's unconstitutional, that's the power the people have. You can challenge it in court, and the Supreme Court will determine if it's constitutional or unconstitutional.
Due
At the
process of law.
right at the state level, you could challenge it at the state level first, and you could say, "Look, our legislator passed this law, and it's unconstitutional. It's in conflict with." What state are you in?
I'm in like I always tell you, I'm down here with Dane at. I'm in the DMV. You know what I mean? So I'm
All
right
right,
there. I'm
all right.
literally
Let's pick a
I'm a
state.
neighborhood.
Say, let's say you're in.
I'm
Let's just
neighborhood.
say, let's just say you're in my state, Connecticut,
Mhm.
and you, an individual, you're a resident of Connecticut. You live here. You were born here, or been here all your life,
Mhm.
and your Congress passed a law, and the people are angry and outraged of the law that was passed. They can take it to their state court. The state
Yes.
court's going to look at the law and
Mhm.
deem it and find and deem it whether it's constitutional or unconstitutional according to Connecticut's constitution. They're going to go by Connecticut's constitution, and they can deem it either constitutional or unconstitutional. If it's unconstitutional, they have to change the law to make it constitutional. That's the power the people have. All this other stuff, individual stuff that you're saying, is wrong. It's not right.
All right, look, I gotta go scoop my kinfolk from the plantation. This is a very intriguing subject matter. We really gonna have to chop it up about this sometime. Yeah, with that being said, I'm out this bitch. Salute.
I hear you.
Well, Sister Bethany, it's always been a pleasure being here. And I thank you so much. Because always come here and talk about law and I give the articles, how people
Yeah,
can
you got to stop
just
listening to these more.
yeah,
You
so
need to
much of
stop
it there.
listening to them. You need to stop listening to them. You can get yourself in a wild world of trouble.
Mhm.
I just
I'm
like to
serious.
read a lot.
It's
Sister
nothing
Bethany.
wrong. You should, but you also should be careful who's guiding you and schooling you, because this stuff that they're teaching you about this creditor and debtor stuff is really going to get you in trouble.
No, I
Yeah.
don't look at it that way. I look at it the ways I always been in the area to understand to where as though, you know what I'm saying, you know what I mean, bite the fruit, then you eat it, then you're out of there. So I don't look at it, what I mean, I don't look at it, it's just a different infrastructure we're in. We're in the infrastructure of commerce. And if we understand commerce, then we will understand what world we live in. So
We
that's how I
understand
look at it. We live in a
commerce
commerce world.
is trading. I understand
Yeah.
what commerce is, but as an individual, you are regulated.
Which has
Each
rules
state.
and regulations.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
I love you, sister. Stay sharp. Stay on your grind. I'll talk to y'all later. Stay sharp.
Okay, you too.
All right, now golden
Thank
culture.
you so much.
Yes, sir. Well, a lot of our people, maybe he does know more about other. Maybe he does have information that he's being taught or communicating with other people. But I truly stay away from that because it's nothing but trouble. You get your own business and you got to follow the laws. Bottom line, if you don't know what you're doing, you should seek the advice of an attorney. Bottom line,
Right. Right.
because people are guiding you into their scamming ways of knowing. You got people who know scamming ways of doing things, and you have people who actually know the law and will tell you the right way to go about doing things. Unfortunately, a lot of people in our community have always lived a scamming life. I know people, period, point blank, who never worked, but they just into a hustle life and scamming. They wanted to find the easier ways out of life, and it consists of scamming. So when you go in there talking that debit and credit and sending your damn light bills to places, you're really getting yourself in trouble. Get an attorney. He's going to tell you. They give you free consultation, and they have legal aid.
And if you are trying to research it yourself, you probably want to find case law that supports your argument, and that lets you know that you're headed in the right direction. But if you're going just strictly off the Constitution, then that's when you're getting into tricky waters, because that thing has been interpreted in all type of different ways, like hundreds, like thousands of different ways. This little sentence has been interpreted. So what you need to do is go to your next step, is find your case law to back up whatever argument that you're talking about.
Some of it's a constant thing with our people, man, in these YouTube streets.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these people are teaching this bullshit. Seriously, they're teaching this bullshit, and the minute I hear them open their mouth, I already know what they're about. When they're talking about, oh, you're a debt, you're a creditor, you are the creditor, you own the money. And I'm keeping it very real. And I'm not talking to you, Golden Culture. I'm not. When people walk up to me, and I have a lot of people that have walked up to me and say, oh, honey, it's already paid. That's the bitch I want to punch in the face. Your debt is already paid, girl. You didn't know. If my fucking debts were already paid, I'd be living in a mansion and living lovely and large. I only know one way to pay my damn debts: get a fucking job and pay my bills. That's how I know how to pay my debts. People who look very African are trying to do everything in the world to become an Indian to get not taxed. And I mean, they look very African. And they're teaching this shit to our people. And our people sucker into believing this shit. It's not real. It's
Gonna
not.
find out the hard way. That's what it is.
Yeah, I can't deal with them with the dumb shit. They do the dumb shit. And they're teaching this shit, and it's very bad. And it's not just our people teaching this shit.
A lot of people.
Your state has jurisdiction. Well, we know our state has jurisdiction. No, yeah, I'm born here. I live here. And your point, you need to become a national. And I don't know. I'm a fucking Indian, and that's all I'm gonna be in my state. I'm a Roman Indian. So this channel, it will probably not be the channel that you seek refuge. I don't let nobody in the fucking border that claiming to be a foreign national. On my YouTube channel is my plantation. Foreigners cannot come on my plantation Talking about they foreign nationals. I'm like, okay, you need to get out from the premises. I don't do it. And if these people are foolish, and they're telling you a bunch of scamming shit. I know a lot of people don't like it, but they need to get over it. Facts.
Just can't
I
believe
think,
everything.
right, you know what? Polite is a good example. He was out there selling that kind of stuff. And then when you hear all this drama come down, to come to find out that he was Nigerian. And he's sitting up there trying to teach people all of this.
Who?
Polite.
Yeah. Don't believe it. Stay. All I can say is stay away from it.
Mm-hmm.
The only way I know to pay my debts is to take my brown ass, Indian ass to work, wait for my check, and pay my damn bills. That's the American way. That's all I got.
Mm-hmm. That's all I'm gonna do. Get up tomorrow, fire
Get
up
my
my
ass
smoker,
up tomorrow, go to work.
open up
I
my
don't play
business.
around with these fools in YouTube. And then the funny shit is these same people that teach you don't turn their fucking camera on. When they don't turn their camera on, you know something's wrong.
Mm-mm.
You come into Zoom and you don't turn your camera on and you calling yourself lecturing, something wrong with you. Why your face can't be seen? You can't trust everybody that look like you. We're our own worst enemies. We're teaching our people this bullshit. And this is why I said I really wonder about slavery days.
Yep.
Because it seemed like we were some hard motherfuckers to deal with. And people just got tired and said, fuck this. That's a fact.
Yeah, because it just don't make sense. None of it adds up.
It's hard to work for niggas. It is. I'm keeping it real. I listen. All my life I worked. Our people are very difficult to work for. It's always a fucking problem with the paycheck.
Never fails. Never
Period.
fails.
But the story is that we were slaves because we were more docile, while those people who are roaming the or who are claiming Indianness right now were supposed to be the people who were more aggressive. And you know that don't make no sense.
It does not.
That doesn't make any sense. Those people are the people who are aggressive and refuse to work, but us, we're the more docile beings.
Make it make sense.
Make it make sense.
I think you can make it make sense, Isness. Go ahead, girl. You got it.
I don't think I can.
You sure?
No, I can't. And just like that document that you pull up that we found where they were outlawing stuff. The only people whose stuff has ever been outlawed has been our stuff. Those people right now are still supposedly practicing their Indianness. So whose Indianness was outlawed?
The unrecognized tribes, I'm assuming.
Yep. That's it.
I mean, would you unrecognize a tribe if it was compliant, obedient, dutiful, willing, passive, and submissive?
There's
No.
that. There's that last word right there. Submissive.
They they still working with them people to this day. You could go online and you could find where they're sitting with the BIE having congressional hearings and stuff. They're still working with those people. I ain't seen no black no, excuse me, no American Indian representatives working with the BIE. I'm not finding us there at all at the table.
How much percentage of the Aboriginals, American Indians, do you think went to Oklahoma?
I'm gonna go step out there on the limb and say 13%.
That sounds about right. Maybe not even that much. How many tithes do they take in church? 10%?
10%.
That's probably how much went to Oklahoma, if that much. 5%. Probably 5%. $5 Indians. 5%. And you can't count them as whole persons.
Damn.
All the rest of the Indians stayed. And they got that stupid ass picture. I get so tired of that stupid ass picture that they show with them crying on the Trail of Tears. It's just bullshit, man. Who the hell walked from South Carolina to Mississippi? I mean to Oklahoma.
It's a hell of a journey. I know that on the walking side. That's a hell of a journey.
Who went from who? What state? Let me see. Alabama. Let me see. Let me see. Alabama, Arkansas, Georgia. The Trail of Tears National Historic Trail, a unit of the National Park System, stretches across Alabama, Arkansas, Georgia, Illinois, Kentucky, Missouri, North Carolina, Oklahoma, and Tennessee. The United States Department of War forcibly removed approximately 17,000 Cherokee to Indian Territory. They estimated that 6,000 men, women, and children died on the 1,200-mile march called the Trail of Tears. So these niggas walked from
Right.
1,200 miles. Come on. The trail is 5,043 miles long. with water and land routes. You know, it's a hot mess. Terrible.
They're trying to tell us that we have a Trail of Tears out here too. So which one is the Trail of Tears?
Got to make the narrative stretch, don't you?
You gotta,
You're
you
right.
know.
I'm just being realistic because, like I said, a lot of this just does not add up.
Ain't no niggas walking nowhere. I'm telling you that right now.
Yeah, women and children as well, right? Yeah, yeah.
Mm-mm.
We're gonna make y'all go.
I don't
So
know.
was this an
I think
escort?
I don't
Might as
know.
well have to say that now at this point.
You know, I get so turned excuse me. I get so turned off when they start talking about that commerce and all that. I get so I think it just boils my skin when I start hearing people talk about that. It really puts a bad taste in my mouth. It does.
Commerce?
When they start talking about you are the creditor, you are the creditor. You
Oh,
right that kind of shit.
yeah.
It makes me so angry. I swear. And then when they be in the middle of teaching it, you ask them have they done it and they're successful living. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, I'm removed from the United States. I get my Social Security. No, you don't. You're like
Yeah.
you're lying.
Yeah. There's no way you can give up your citizenship and then think you're gonna collect Social Security. Ain't no make that make sense too.
Like I said, if somebody comes with you with that, you should probably ask for the case law and show where it's been done before in court. Show me that
Yeah,
somebody has went to court. Show me the case.
correct.
Show me, and that'll stop everything. Because if they can't point to a case, then you're starting at zero, at nothing.
Yeah.
And show me the approval of your you bought a house, you bought a car. Show me that the trust paid for it for you, United States, that your birth certificate is under. Show proof that it was paid for. Because if you're living all that lovely, you wouldn't need a fucking social security check.
Nope.
Well, I'm taking it because I earned it. If you're doing so fucking great in this trust life or whatever you call it, you shouldn't need Cash App donations. You should be literally living
The best.
like or better than Jay-Z and Beyonce.
Yep.
That if you use your common sense, you can figure these damn people out. They're not hard. They're selling you a game. Why can't people see that?
You said it earlier.
You're
People
you're
want the
you're
play
you're
out.
living so great, but yet you got somebody promoting to donate to you my Cash App. Give me my money. I really work hard for the people. No, the fuck you don't. You come in YouTube or Zoom and you teach a bunch of people a bunch of fucking lies that you haven't even completed and successfully can speak about it yourself. If you can send all your bills and they're all paid, then you don't need nothing. You're living off the land, right? Don't ask to borrow no money from me to buy food. You're living off the land, right? Bitch, go get some tomatoes and keep it moving.
She say some tomatoes.
Tomatoes, tomatoes, potatoes, tomatoes. Because they're lying. The trick is to get you in the Zoom to make that down payment. Once they get your money, they conquered. You are their trust. Because they know you're going to cash app them like a fool. Stop giving these fucking clowns your money, man.
Or don't give them your citizenship. I'm so glad you did your research. True 99 did their research. That I mean, I don't know, but I'm just saying, be careful.
These people are crazy. And that guy, that's not the first time he came on the panel. Bless his little heart, but he gonna learn one day. These people are scams, man. It's bullshit. And then you set up a trust. Get a fucking lawyer, man. Because there's many kinds of trust. There's revocable and there's irrevocable. You can learn all that from an attorney or get an accountant. It's crazy. But this is what happens to our people. But you also, when people come in here talking like that, it's easy to see why we're not in power.
Mm-mm.
Man.
I don't see how people are so trustworthy on stuff they literally. Now, see that has ramifications. Strong ramifications.
Mm-hmm.
So, in my whole purview of that, like dealing with a trust, wouldn't you rather go talk to somebody that I don't know works at a bank, or go talk to a
Yeah.
lawyer?
Or lawyer.
Right, but I'm just saying, I'm not taking no advice from somebody that ain't got that entity.
An accountant.
Right. What makes you think the average? Oh yes, look, all you have to do is you send me 500. I'll show you how to do it. Right.
You know how many people
Now,
send?
now the concept of trust is not an irregular thing. You see, like wealthy families work in trusts all the time, right?
Right.
But this other thing of you pulling from, what are you saying, your social security and accreditors and all of that stuff, you're getting into murky waters, you know.
The best advice I can give somebody, if you think that you are owed some money, go and contact your state treasury. That's probably where your last check is at. You know how you quit that job and you just walked it on off? Yeah. They send your check to the Treasury Department. You might want to contact the straight Treasury. Get your last check from the dollar store.
I don't know. I don't know. It comes. A lot of people get excited about it because you idle people first, and then you believe in them, and that's very bad. It's not good.
Well, you have these people saying all these big words and saying all these complicated themes, right? And so you think that they know what they're talking about because it sounds good, right? How many people are really well versed in constitutional law, right? But constitutional law, you got to remember, we've had 100 years of people going to court banging it out. So on top of your constitutional law, you have what I keep saying, you have case law. And so they're going to tell you how all this stuff has been interpreted. So if you can't put you need to find the case law to validate whatever point that you're trying to make sure that you're on point. Because you could go in there talking about the law says this and you'll be completely wrong because the courts have interpreted it to mean something completely different. And so these people ain't telling you that. And so you're going in there with this simple sentence and this stuff is so complicated. That's why we got lawyers.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Yeah, that legal vernacular is something else. It is something else.
But I've been on here 4.5 hours, y'all. I am pooped. I'm getting out.
All right. I love you, Sister Bethy.
Love you too, bro. Love you, sis.
Love you,
I'll be back.
Have a good night.
I'll be back Friday with some slides. Friday is slides.
I look forward to it.
Yeah, I'm working on the slides now. I couldn't do them today. I'm not finished.
Right.
It's really good. But always remember they'll be uploaded on the website, but only after I do the segment. So
okay.
All right. I love you guys, and I'm so out of here. I'm pooped. Isness.
Yes.
I'm going to call you, so be by your phone. Oh, I'll leave that up for them to read. Think about that. Let me know after you read this if your doctor gave you a race on your birth certificate, or did they just describe you by the color of your skin? If this is on your seriously, let me know tomorrow. I'll play music, read this, and let me know if your birth certificate describes your color or your race. That's what I would like to know.
Thank